The alarm went off at 4:30 in the morning, same as it had for the past 12 years. Irving reached across the nightstand and silenced it before the second beep, a habit so ingrained he sometimes woke up at 4:29 just to beat it. The bedroom was dark except for the green glow of the clock, and the air smelled like the vanilla candle his ex-wife had left behind when she moved out 3 years ago. He'd never replaced it, never saw the point. He sat up, feeling the familiar ache in his lower back, and rubbed his face with both hands. 52 years old, and his body kept a running tally of every bad lift, every slip on ice, every morning climbing in and out of a garbage truck. His knees cracked when he stood. The hardwood floor was cold under his feet as he shuffled to the bathroom. The house was silent. It was always silent now. His son had moved out to Spokane Valley 2 years back, got himself a studio apartment near the community college where he was taking classes for computer programming or web design or something with technology that Irving didn't fully understand. They texted most days. His son would send him memes Irving had to squint at to comprehend, and Irving would send back thumbs-up emojis because that seemed like the appropriate response. He showered quickly, the water never quite hot enough, and dressed in his city-issued work pants and a thermal shirt under his high-vis jacket. November in Spokane meant cold that got into your bones, especially when you were riding on the back of a truck at dawn. He made coffee in the machine that dripped too slowly, standing in the kitchen and staring at nothing while he waited. Through the window over the sink, he could see the street lamp illuminating a circle of pavement and the truck parked at the curb. A Ford pickup, 15 years old, reliable. He'd taught his son to drive in that truck. His phone buzzed on the counter. A text from his son. "Working late at the coffee shop tonight, Dad. Some study group thing. Don't wait up, Lowell." Irving smiled slightly and typed back, "Okay, be safe." He almost added something else. Something about being proud or missing him, but it felt too heavy for a Wednesday morning text. He pocketed the phone and finished his coffee, standing up. The streets were empty as he drove through the neighborhood toward the city maintenance yard on East Sprague. Houses sat dark and closed, everyone still sleeping. A few streetlights were out. He made a mental note of which poles, though it wasn't his department. The radio played classic rock at low volume. He'd listened to the same station for so long he could predict which song would come on based on the time and day. The maintenance yard sprawled across 3 acres of cracked asphalt and chain-link fence. Irving pulled in at 5:15, parked in his usual spot near the break room trailer. The lot held maybe 30 vehicles, garbage trucks, street sweepers, dump trucks, a few salt spreaders already prepped for the season. The place smelled like diesel and rubber and the particular industrial stink of hydraulic fluid. It was a smell he'd long since stopped noticing. Percy's car was already there, a beat-up Nissan with a dent in the passenger door from where his kid had backed into a pole. Percy had been Irving's partner for 7 years, ever since the city reorganized routes and paired them up. They'd developed an efficient rhythm. Percy drove, Irving worked the back, and they moved through their assigned neighborhood like clockwork. Percy talked too much, mostly about football and his daughter's volleyball games, but he was reliable, showed up on time, did his share of the work. That counted for more than charisma in Irving's book. The break room was fluorescent bright and smelled like burnt coffee and microwaved breakfast sandwiches. Percy sat at one of the plastic tables, scrolling through his phone and eating something wrapped in foil. He was 46, stocky, with a shaved head that he claimed was a style choice, but everyone knew was covering baldness. He wore a Seahawks jacket over his work shirt. "Morning," Percy said without looking up. "Morning." Irving poured himself more coffee from the industrial pot, which was somehow both stronger and worse than his home brew. "Cold out there. Supposed to snow later in the week." Percy set his phone down. "Hey, you see the news last night?" "No, what news?" "Something at Gonzaga. Some kind of incident at one of their labs." Percy spoke casually, like it was gossip rather than news. They had the whole street blocked off yesterday evening, hazmat crews and everything. Irving added powdered creamer to his coffee and stirred it with a wooden stick. What kind of incident? They weren't saying. You know how it is? Situation contained, no threat to the public, all that. Percy wadded up his foil wrapper and tossed it toward the trash can. It bounced off the rim. He didn't get up to pick it up. Probably some chemistry experiment gone wrong. Rich college kids playing with shit they don't understand. Probably. Irving checked his phone. Still 15 minutes before the shift briefing. His son hadn't texted back. He was probably still asleep. The other workers started filtering in. Men and women in high-vis gear, carrying lunch coolers, complaining about the cold or their spouses or the Seahawks' latest loss. The room filled with the sound of chairs scraping and coffee being poured, and someone's radio playing too loud until the supervisor told them to turn it down. The supervisor was a thin man named Garrett, 50-something, with reading glasses on a chain around his neck. He stood at the front of the room at 5:40 exactly and cleared his throat for attention. "All right, listen up. Routes are same as yesterday. We're behind on the north side because of the broken compactor on truck 7, so that crew needs to double time it. Weather's clear this morning, but watch for black ice on the hills. Any questions?" No one had questions. They never had questions. "Irving, Percy, you're on Route 12, same as always. Radio's been glitchy, so if you have problems, use your cell to call dispatch." Irving nodded. Route 12 covered the lower South Hill neighborhood, residential streets with old houses and narrow driveways. It was a route he could drive in his sleep. Every address, every dumpster location, every dog that barked when they approached. Percy had joked once that Irving probably knew those streets better than his own neighborhood. They walked out to their assigned truck, number 23, a white Freightliner with the city seal on the door and rust spots around the wheel wells. Percy climbed into the driver's seat while Irving did the walk-around inspection. Tires, lights, hydraulics, making sure the hopper was empty and the mechanical arm moved smoothly. Everything checked out. He climbed onto the back platform and slapped the side of the truck twice. Percy pulled out. The sun was just starting to push at the horizon, turning the sky from black to deep blue. The truck rumbled through the empty streets, past closed businesses and shuttered houses. Irving held onto the handle, his body swaying with the familiar motion. His breath fogged in the cold air. The city looked peaceful at this hour, before traffic and noise filled it up. Just the streetlights and the sound of the diesel engine, and the occasional early morning jogger who waved as they passed. They reached Route 12 at 6:10, right on schedule. Percy pulled up to the first house, an old craftsman with a blue dumpster at the curb. Irving hopped down, rolled the bin to the mechanical arm, and hooked it up. The truck's hydraulics whined as it lifted the container and dumped the contents into the hopper. Newspapers and pizza boxes and black garbage bags. The smell hit him, that mixture of rot and old food and things people wanted to forget about. He'd smelled worse. You got used to anything after 12 years. They moved down the street, house by house, bin by bin. Irving's hands worked automatically, his mind elsewhere. He thought about his son's text, about whether he should drive out to Spokane Valley this weekend and take him to lunch. They used to do that more often, every Sunday, back before the divorce, before everything got complicated. Now it was once a month if he was lucky, and the conversations always felt a little strained, like they were both trying too hard. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He ignored it. No checking phones while working. That was the rule, and besides, it was probably just a spam call. The truck moved to the next house and the next. The rhythm of the work was meditative. Lift, hook, dump, return. The mechanical arm hissing and groaning. Percy singing along badly to whatever was on the radio. By 7:30, they'd covered about a third of the route. The sky was fully light now, gray clouds pressing down. Irving's fingers were numb inside his gloves. They stopped for a break at a corner where Percy liked to get cell service, both of them sitting in the truck's cab with the heater blasting. "You want anything from the gas station?" Percy asked, pulling out his phone. "I'm gonna grab another coffee." "I'm good." Percy scrolled through his phone, frowning slightly. "Huh, that's weird." "What?" "There's like 5 missed calls from my daughter's school. It's not even 8 yet." He pressed the phone to his ear, waited. "Going to voicemail. Probably butt dialed me or something." Irving checked his own phone. 2 missed calls from his son. That was unusual. His son never called, always texted. A small knot of concern formed in his stomach. He called back. It rang 4 times and went to voicemail. "Hey, it's me," Irving said. "Got your calls. Everything okay? Call me back." Percy was leaving his own voicemail. Something about checking messages, and he'd call back at lunch. He hung up and shrugged. Kids. Always some drama. They got back to work. Irving's unease didn't fade, but he pushed it down. His son was 23 years old, an adult, perfectly capable of handling whatever minor crisis had prompted the calls. Probably locked himself out of his apartment, or needed money, or something equally mundane. The route took them deeper into the South Hill neighborhood, where the houses got older and closer together. Some of them had been divided into apartments, with multiple bins lined up at the curb. Irving moved mechanically, his thoughts still on those missed calls. When his phone buzzed again, he pulled it out immediately, breaking his own rule. A text from his son. "Dad, are you watching the news?" Irving frowned and typed back, "At work." "What's going on?" The response came quickly. "Something bad downtown. People are saying to stay inside. Are you safe?" "I'm fine. What's happening?" "IDK, but everyone's freaking out. There's videos, but they look fake. Stay away from downtown." Irving looked up. They were nowhere near downtown. Route 12 kept them in the residential South Hill, miles away from the city center. Still, the knot in his stomach tightened. He walked to the truck's cab and knocked on the window. Percy rolled it down. "You heard anything about downtown?" Irving asked. Percy shook his head. "Like what?" "My kid's saying something's going on. Telling me to stay inside. Probably that Gonzaga thing. Maybe it wasn't as contained as they said." Percy didn't sound concerned. "We're nowhere near there. We'll be fine." Irving wanted to believe him. They got back to work, but now he was paying attention to his surroundings in a way he hadn't before. The street seemed normal. Quiet houses, cars and driveways, the usual morning atmosphere. A few people were out now, walking dogs or getting into cars to head to work. Nobody looked panicked. At the next house, a woman in a bathrobe stood on her porch, her phone pressed to her ear. She looked frightened. When she saw the garbage truck, she came hurrying down the driveway. "Have you heard?" she called out. "Have you heard what's happening?" Irving left the bin and walked toward her. "Heard what, ma'am?" "Downtown. There's been some kind of attack. People are—" She trailed off, shaking her head. "My husband works at the hospital. He called and said they're getting overwhelmed. People coming in covered in blood, attacking the staff. He said it's like they've gone crazy." "Could be drugs," Percy said, leaning out the truck window. "Bath salts or something. Heard about that happening in Florida." The woman looked at him like he was an idiot. "This isn't drugs. There's videos. People are dying." Her voice cracked. "I'm trying to reach my kid's school, but nobody's answering." Irving felt cold that had nothing to do with the November air. "Where downtown?" "Everywhere. It started near Gonzaga, but it's spreading. The police are telling people to shelter in place." She looked between them. "You should get off the streets. Both of you." Percy scoffed. "Lady, we've got a route to finish. City doesn't stop for every little panic." But Irving was thinking about his son, alone in Spokane Valley, thinking about those missed calls. "I need to call dispatch," he said. "Use the radio," Percy said. Irving climbed into the truck's cab and grabbed the radio handset. Static burst out when he keyed it. Dispatch, this is Truck 23. Do you copy? More static. A garbled voice that might have been words. The radio crackled and died. Told you it was glitchy, Percy said. Irving pulled out his phone and dialed dispatch directly. It rang twice and someone picked up, a woman's voice, harried and stressed. Maintenance? This is Irving on Route 12. We're hearing reports about something downtown. What's our status? Hold on. The sound of voices in the background, multiple conversations happening at once. The woman came back. All crews are being recalled to the yard. Return immediately. What's happening? Just get back here. Now. She hung up. Irving looked at Percy. We're being recalled. Seriously? Percy looked annoyed more than concerned. We're barely halfway through the route. Something's wrong. Irving's hands were shaking slightly. He called his son again. This time it didn't even ring, just went straight to voicemail. Damn it. Percy sighed and started the engine. Fine. But if they dock our pay over this bullshit. They drove back toward the maintenance yard, leaving the half-finished route behind. Irving stood on the back platform, gripping the handle, watching the neighborhood pass. It still looked normal. A man mowing his lawn. Kids waiting at a bus stop. How could everything look so normal when something was clearly horribly wrong? His phone buzzed. A text from his son. Dad, the news is saying don't go outside. Something about people attacking. This is insane. I'm locking my door. Irving tried calling again. Still voicemail. He texted back. Stay inside. Lock the doors. I'll come get you. Okay, hurry please. I will. I promise. He didn't know if that was a promise he could keep. The truck turned onto a main arterial heading back toward the yard. Traffic was heavier than it should have been for mid-morning. People fleeing something or heading toward something. Irving couldn't tell. He saw a fender bender at an intersection. Both drivers standing outside their cars, screaming at each other. Saw a woman running down the sidewalk in her pajamas, crying. Saw a police car blow through a red light with its sirens wailing. Percy was hunched over the steering wheel, focused on the road. This is crazy, he muttered. What the hell is going on? They were still a mile from the yard when they hit traffic. Cars packed the road in both directions, honking and trying to merge. Some people had abandoned their vehicles entirely and were running on foot. Irving could hear sirens in the distance, multiple sirens overlapping into a continuous wail. Go around, Irving said, slapping the truck's side. Percy pulled into the oncoming lane, using the truck's size to bully through. A sedan honked at them. Percy ignored it. They made it another 2 blocks before the traffic became completely impassable. Cars wedged against each other, people shouting, the chaos of a city coming apart. I can't get through, Percy said. Irving jumped down from the platform and came around to the driver's window. Leave the truck. We'll walk. We can't just leave city property. Percy, look around. Nobody cares about the truck. Percy looked. Irving saw the moment reality settled into him, the way his expression changed from annoyed to afraid. Yeah, okay, yeah. They both grabbed their personal belongings, lunch coolers, phones, keys. Irving's hands were shaking as he locked the truck's cab, though he knew it was pointless. They started walking toward the yard, weaving between abandoned cars. The air smelled like exhaust and something else. Something acrid and wrong. Smoke, maybe. Burning rubber. A woman ran past them, screaming. She was covered in blood, her shirt torn. Irving reached out instinctively to help, but she was gone before he could touch her, disappearing between cars. Jesus Christ, Percy whispered. They walked faster. Irving kept checking his phone, trying his son again and again. No answer. The battery was at 60%. He turned off his mobile data to save power. A car exploded somewhere behind them. Not an action movie explosion, but a heavy whump that Irving felt in his chest. He turned and saw black smoke rising above the buildings. People were running now, streams of them heading away from downtown, their faces blank with terror. "Move," Irving said, grabbing Percy's arm. They started jogging, which was difficult in work boots. Irving's back protested and his lungs burned, but he kept going. The maintenance yard was close, just a few more blocks. They could get there, figure out what was happening, make a plan. He could get his truck and drive to Spokane Valley, find his son. Everything would be okay if he could just reach his son. The chain-link fence of the maintenance yard came into view. The gate was open. They ran through it and into the parking lot. The place was chaos. Workers standing in groups, shouting, arguing. Some were trying to leave, getting into their personal vehicles. Others were clustered around someone's phone, watching something. Garrett, the supervisor, stood near the break room trailer with a radio in his hand. His face was pale. Irving and Percy ran over to him. "What's happening?" Irving demanded. Garrett looked at him like he was seeing through him. "They're saying it's some kind of infection. Started at Gonzaga, spread through downtown. People are attacking each other." His voice was hollow. "Biting, eating. The hospitals are overrun." "That's insane," Percy said. "People don't just turn on the news," Garrett interrupted. "Any channel, it's everywhere." Irving pulled out his phone and opened a news app. The headlines were apocalyptic. "Outbreak in Spokane. Authorities urge residents to shelter in place. Multiple casualties reported in downtown violence. CDC investigating possible biological incident at Gonzaga University. Hospitals overwhelmed as infected attack staff and patients." He clicked on a video. Shaky phone footage showed the interior of what looked like a shopping mall. People were running, screaming, and chasing them were other people, but something was wrong with them. They moved in jerky, aggressive motions. Their mouths were open, teeth bared. One of them caught a woman and pulled her down, and Irving saw the attacker bend to bite her throat. He dropped the phone. His stomach churned. "This can't be real," someone said behind him. "This is a hoax. It has to be." But it wasn't a hoax. Irving knew it in his bones. This was real. This was happening. "I have to get to my son," he said to no one in particular. "He's in Spokane Valley. I have to go." "The roads are blocked," Garrett said. "You saw it. Nobody's getting anywhere." "I have to try." Irving turned and ran toward his truck. Behind him, Percy called out, but he didn't stop. His keys were in his hand. His phone was buzzing with texts, but he didn't look. The only thing that mattered was his son. Getting to his son. Everything else was noise. He climbed into his Ford and started the engine. His hands were steadier now that he had a purpose. Other workers were fleeing the yard, a stream of vehicles heading for the exit. Irving joined them, his truck merging into the panicked exodus. The streets were gridlocked. He made it 2 blocks before hitting traffic that wasn't moving. People were abandoning their cars, running on foot. Through his windshield, Irving saw smoke rising from multiple locations across the city. Heard gunshots, actual gunshots, sharp cracks that echoed between buildings. He checked his phone. Text from his son. "Dad, where are you? Scared." Doors locked, but hearing screaming outside. Irving's chest constricted. He typed back with shaking fingers. "I'm coming. Stay inside. Don't open the door for anyone. Hurry, please. I will. I love you." He waited for a response. None came. Irving put the truck in park and got out. If he couldn't drive, he'd walk. Spokane Valley was maybe 8 miles east. He could walk that. He'd walked farther. He grabbed his work jacket from the back seat, checked that he had his wallet and phone, and started moving. The city was transforming around him. The veneer of civilization was cracking, revealing something primal underneath. He passed a convenience store with its windows smashed, people carrying out armfuls of supplies. Past a woman sitting on the curb, rocking back and forth, covered in blood. Past a overturned police car, smoke pouring from its hood. And then he saw one of them. The infected person, he couldn't think of them as anything else, stood in the middle of the street. It was a man in a business suit, but the suit was torn and stained with blood. His face was gray, lips pulled back from his teeth in a permanent snarl. His eyes were clouded, unfocused, but when Irving moved, those eyes snapped toward him with sudden, terrifying awareness. The infected man lurched forward with a sound like a growl mixed with a moan. His movements were wrong, too jerky, too aggressive, like all his inhibitions had been stripped away. Irving ran. He'd never been fast, even in high school, and now with his bad back and smoker's lungs, he was even slower. But fear gave him speed. He ran down the sidewalk, his work boots slapping concrete, his breath coming in gasps. Behind him, he heard the infected man following, that horrible, wet, growling sound. Irving ducked between two houses, scrambled over a fence that tore his jacket, landed hard on the other side. Pain shot through his ankle, but he kept moving. Through a backyard, past a swing set, over another fence. He didn't look back. Couldn't look back. He emerged onto a different street, quieter. No infected person had followed. Irving bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. His heart hammered against his ribs. Sweat poured down his face despite the cold. His phone buzzed. He pulled it out with trembling hands. Text from his son. "Someone's banging on my door. Sounds wrong. Dad, I'm scared." Irving's blood turned to ice. He tried calling. It rang once, twice. Voicemail. He texted, "Don't open the door. I'm coming." Then he started running again. The streets of Spokane had become a maze of danger. Irving moved through them with single-minded purpose, heading east, always east, toward Spokane Valley and his son. He avoided main roads where he could, cutting through neighborhoods and parks. His ankle throbbed where he'd landed wrong, but he ignored it. Pain didn't matter. Only reaching his son mattered. He passed other people fleeing, some alone, some in families. Nobody spoke to each other. Everyone was locked in their own private terror. Irving saw a man loading a shotgun in his garage, saw a woman trying to start a car with dead battery, saw 3 teenagers beating someone on the ground, and he couldn't tell if the person being beaten was infected or just unlucky. The infection was spreading faster than seemed possible. How long had it been since that first report? 3 hours? 4? And already the city was collapsing. Irving had read about pandemics, about plagues, but this was different. This was aggressive, active. The infected didn't lie in hospital beds. They hunted. He was crossing through a park when he saw Percy. His partner was stumbling across the grass, his movements uncoordinated. His Seahawks jacket was torn and bloody. Irving stopped, hope and dread warring in his chest. "Percy!" he called out. Percy's head snapped toward him. His face was gray. His eyes were clouded. His mouth opened in that same horrible growl Irving had heard from the businessman. "No," Irving whispered. "No, no, no." Percy charged at him with sudden, terrifying speed. Irving's body reacted before his mind could process. He grabbed a fallen tree branch from the ground and swung it like a bat. The branch connected with Percy's head with a sickening crack. Percy went down but immediately started getting back up, that growl turning into a screech. Irving swung again and again. The branch broke and he grabbed a rock, smashing it down on Percy's skull until the growling stopped, until Percy stopped moving entirely. Irving stood over his partner's body, the rock still in his hand, his breath coming in sobs. Percy's blood was on his hands, on his jacket, on the ground. 7 years working together. 7 years of bad jokes and football talk and companionable silence. And now Percy was dead on the ground, and Irving had killed him. He dropped the rock and stumbled away, bile rising in his throat. He made it to a tree before vomiting, his body rejecting everything, the violence, the fear, the impossible reality of what had just happened. His phone buzzed. He wiped his mouth and checked it. Text from his son. "Dad, please. It's getting worse. I can hear them in the hallway." Irving forced himself to move. He couldn't stop, couldn't process what he'd just done. His son needed him. He left the park and continued east. The sun was high overhead now, though he'd lost all sense of time. His phone said it was 1:30 in the afternoon. That meant it had been less than 8 hours since his shift started. 8 hours since everything was normal. It felt like years. The neighborhoods he passed through were in various states of chaos. Some were eerily quiet, houses locked up tight. Others were war zones, fires burning, people screaming, infected roaming the streets. Irving learned to recognize them from a distance. The way they moved, jerky and aggressive. The way they stood too still when not actively chasing something. The sound they made, that wet growl that raised every hair on his body. He also learned to recognize the freshly infected. People who had been bitten but were still alive, still human, stumbling along in shock. Some of them tried to talk to him, asking for help, but Irving couldn't stop, wouldn't stop. There was no helping them. Whatever this infection was, it was fatal and fast. He saw the progression once, from a distance. A woman sitting on a front porch, holding her arm where something had bitten through to the bone. She was crying, talking on her phone. Irving watched from behind a car as she gradually stopped talking, stopped crying. Her body began to shake, convulsing. Then she slumped over, completely still. Irving waited, knowing what was coming. 2 minutes later, the woman's eyes opened, but they were clouded now, dead. She stood up with that jerky movement and looked around, her head tilted, listening. Then she started walking down the street, hunting. Irving counted back. From bite to death to reanimation had taken maybe 10 minutes total. That was how fast this infection worked. No wonder it was spreading like wildfire. He needed a weapon. The rock was gone, and he couldn't face another infected with just his hands. He broke into a house through an unlocked back door, moving quickly through the empty rooms. The people who lived here had fled, or were hiding, or were already dead. Irving didn't care. He found what he needed in the garage, a ball-peen hammer and a long crowbar. Not guns, but something. Better than nothing. He also grabbed a backpack and filled it with whatever looked useful. Bottled water, granola bars, a first aid kit, a flashlight. He moved on instinct, his mind still catching up to the reality that everything had changed, that he couldn't just go home tonight and sleep and wake up to find it was all a nightmare. His phone buzzed constantly with texts. He checked them while sitting in the garage, catching his breath. From his son. Barricaded the door with furniture, can still hear them, battery low, please come soon. From his ex-wife. Are you alive? Answer me. Is he with you? Answer. From unknown numbers. This is an emergency alert. Shelter in place. Do not approach infected individuals. Military assistance inbound. From his son. Dad. From his son. Dad, please. Irving typed back. Still coming? Almost there. It was a lie. He was maybe halfway, and the streets were getting worse. He forced himself to stand. His ankle had swollen inside his boot, making every step painful. His hands were scraped and bloody. His body wanted to quit, to hide in this garage and wait for rescue that probably wasn't coming. But his son was waiting. Still alive. Still texting. Irving would reach him or die trying. Outside, the afternoon sun cast long shadows. The air was thick with smoke from fires burning across the city. Irving heard sirens in the distance, but fewer now. Either the emergency services were overwhelmed, or they'd stopped responding entirely. The city felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for nightfall. He walked through neighborhoods he'd collected garbage from for years, recognized houses, streets, landmarks, but they were transformed by context. The houses were fortresses now, windows covered, doors barricaded. The streets were obstacle courses, abandoned cars and bodies and infected lurking in shadows. Every corner was a potential ambush. Irving moved carefully, the crowbar in his hand, his senses hyper-alert. He heard the infected before he saw them, that growling moan that echoed between houses. He hid behind cars, in bushes, inside open garages letting them pass. Sometimes they were alone, Sometimes they were in groups, 3 or 4 together, their clouded eyes scanning for prey. He learned their limitations through observation. They responded to sound more than sight. A car alarm going off in the distance would draw them like moths to flame. They were fast in short bursts but had no endurance. Once they lost sight of prey, they'd wander aimlessly. They could open doors with knobs but seemed confused by latches. And they ignored each other entirely, focused only on the living. As the afternoon wore on, Irving saw more survivors. Some were like him, moving with purpose, trying to reach someone or somewhere. Others were shell-shocked, wandering aimlessly, unable to process what was happening. He saw a woman carrying a dead child, walking down the middle of a street, oblivious to danger. Saw 2 men fighting over a bicycle, tearing at each other while infected gathered nearby, drawn by the sound. Saw a group barricaded in a church, their faces visible through high windows, watching the street below like prisoners. Nobody helped each other. The social contract had dissolved in hours. It was every person for themselves now. Irving's phone battery dropped to 30%. He turned off everything except basic calling and texting. His son's messages had stopped 20 minutes ago. The last one was just scared. Irving tried calling, straight to voicemail. Either the phone was dead or the cell towers were overloaded. He texted anyway, "On my way." Hold on. He didn't know if the message went through. The route to Spokane Valley took him over the Spokane River. The bridge was a nightmare of abandoned vehicles and chaos. Irving approached it carefully, seeing the crowd trying to cross. People on foot, pushing and shoving, desperate to get to the east side. And in the crowd he saw infected, mixed with the living, attacking randomly, creating waves of panic. He couldn't cross here. Too many people, too much chaos. He'd be crushed or bitten or both. Irving turned south, following the river, looking for another way across. The water was high and fast, swollen with autumn rain. No swimming across. He needed a bridge or nothing. He found a footbridge a mile downstream, a narrow metal span that connected 2 parks. It was empty. Too empty. Irving approached cautiously, every instinct screaming trap. But he had no choice. His son was on the other side of this river. Halfway across, he saw why the bridge was empty. An infected stood at the far end, directly blocking the path. It was a woman in a nurse's uniform, her scrubs soaked with blood. She hadn't seen him yet, was facing the other direction, swaying slightly. Irving gripped the crowbar and walked forward slowly, trying to stay quiet. His work boots scraped on the metal. The infected nurse's head turned, her clouded eyes locked onto him. She charged with a shriek. Irving braced himself. When she was close enough, he swung the crowbar like a baseball bat. It caught her in the jaw with a crack that he felt through his hands. She went down, blood spraying from her mouth. But she was already getting up, that horrible gurgling sound coming from her broken face. He hit her again, this time on the head. The skull gave with a sound like a melon splitting. The nurse collapsed and didn't move again. Irving stood over her body, breathing hard. The crowbar was slick with blood. He wiped it on his pants, but that only made his pants bloody too. He was covered in death now. Percy's blood. This nurse's blood, his own blood from scraped hands and split knuckles. He crossed the bridge and kept moving. Spokane Valley opened up before him. Strip malls and apartment complexes and auto shops. His son's apartment was in a complex off Sprague Avenue 3 miles ahead. Irving could see smoke rising from that direction, could hear sirens and screams carried on the wind. The sun was sinking toward the horizon, painting the smoke-filled sky orange and red. In an hour, it would be dark. Irving didn't want to think about how much worse everything would be in the dark. He passed a grocery store that had been completely ransacked. The windows were smashed, the interior stripped bare. Bodies lay in the parking lot, both infected and normal people, killed in the fighting over supplies. Irving kept his head down and moved past. His phone buzzed, battery at 20%. A text from his ex-wife. Can't reach him. Tell me he's alive. Please tell me our baby is alive. Irving didn't respond. He needed to save battery, needed to save his strength for the final push. The apartment complex came into view as the sun touched the horizon. It was a 3-story brick building, maybe 30 units total. Irving had helped his son move in 2 years ago, carrying boxes up the exterior stairs to the second floor. Unit 2C. He remembered the number like it was his own address. The parking lot was chaos. Cars abandoned at odd angles. Bodies on the ground. A small fire burning in a dumpster. And infected. Maybe a dozen of them, wandering between vehicles. Their shadows long in the dying light. Irving crouched behind a car and watched. His son's apartment was on the far side of the building. To reach it, he'd have to cross the parking lot, past all those infected. He looked at his phone. 19% battery, no new messages. He typed, "I'm here. Outside. Coming up now." No response. Irving took a deep breath and ran. The infected noticed him immediately. Their heads snapped toward him, drawn by the sound of his footsteps. They gave that horrible chorus of growls and started moving toward him. Irving's bad ankle screamed in protest, but he pushed through the pain, weaving between cars, heading for the exterior stairs. An infected man lunged from behind a van. Irving swung the crowbar without thinking, catching him in the throat. The man went down gurgling. Irving kept running. The stairs. He hit them at full speed, taking them 2 at a time. Behind him, the infected followed, their movements jerky but determined. They could climb stairs. He'd learned that earlier. Not well, but enough. Second floor. Irving ran down the exterior walkway, checking unit numbers, 2A, 2B, 2C. His son's door was closed. The small window beside it was covered with something from the inside. Irving pounded on the door with his fist. "It's me!" he shouted. "It's Dad!" "Open up." No response. Behind him, the first infected reached the top of the stairs. A woman in a bathrobe, her face gray, her mouth bloody. She shrieked when she saw him. "Please!" Irving hammered on the door. "Open the door!" Still nothing. The infected woman charged down the walkway. Irving met her with the crowbar, smashing it into her face. She dropped, but 2 more were coming up the stairs. Then 3 more. They were gathering, drawn by the noise and the smell of living flesh. Irving looked at the door, at the covered window, at the silence inside. "No," he whispered. "Please, no." He tried the doorknob. Locked. He slammed his shoulder against the door, but it didn't budge. The furniture barricade his son had mentioned was holding firm. The infected were 15 feet away now, 10 feet. Their hands reaching out, mouths open. Irving had seconds to decide, break down the door and discover what was inside, or run, save himself. His phone buzzed. He looked down at it, hope flaring. Text from his son, "Dad, where are you?" "Outside your door," Irving typed with shaking fingers. "Open it." 5 feet. The infected were close enough he could smell them, rot and blood and something chemical like spoiled meat left in the sun. Irving swung the crowbar, catching the closest one in the head. It went down. He hit another. They kept coming. Too many. He couldn't fight them all. The door clicked. Irving spun around. The door was opening, just a crack, furniture scraping on the other side. He saw his son's face through the gap, pale, terrified, but alive. "Dad?" "Move!" Irving shoved against the door, forcing it wider. An infected grabbed his jacket from behind. He tore free, leaving the jacket in its hands, and threw himself through the doorway. His son slammed the door shut behind him, and together they shoved a dresser back into place, barricading it. Outside, the infected pounded on the door. The wood shook with each impact. But it held. Irving collapsed against the wall, his chest heaving. His son stood in the middle of the small studio apartment, holding a kitchen knife, his eyes wide and wild. They stared at each other. "Dad," his son said, his voice breaking. "Dad, what's happening?" Irving couldn't answer. He pulled his son into a hug, feeling the boy shake against him. Not a boy anymore, 23 years old, nearly as tall as Irving, but still his son. Still the most important thing in his world. "It's okay," Irving lied. "It's going to be okay." The pounding on the door continued. The infected didn't give up, didn't get tired. They would stay there until something drew them away or until they found a way in. Irving looked around the apartment. One room, maybe 400 square feet. Kitchenette, small bathroom, window overlooking the parking lot. The furniture barricade at the door. His son's laptop open on a desk, showing news feeds that were hours out of date. They were trapped here. Irving's phone buzzed. 15% battery. Text from his ex-wife. "Please answer me. I'm going crazy." Is he alive? Are you alive? Irving typed with numb fingers. "We're together. We're alive. I love you." He hit send and turned off the phone to save the battery. His son was watching him with shell-shocked eyes. What do we do? Irving didn't have an answer. He'd made it this far on determination and adrenaline, hadn't thought past reaching his son. Now that he was here, the impossibility of their situation crashed down on him. The apartment had maybe a day's worth of food, half a case of water bottles, no weapons beyond kitchen knives, one window, one door, and outside the city was dying. "We survive," Irving finally said. "We figure it out and we survive." But even as he said it, he wasn't sure he believed it. The pounding on the door continued through the night. Irving and his son sat on the floor with their backs against the wall, listening to the infected trying to get in. The furniture barricade held, but just barely. Every impact made the dresser shift a few inches. They'd reinforced it with the couch and the desk, creating a wall of furniture that filled half the small apartment. His son's name was Tyler. Irving realized he'd been so focused on reaching him that he'd almost forgotten to use his name. Tyler was thin, had always been thin, with Irving's brown hair and his mother's green eyes. He wore a coffee shop uniform, black pants, black shirt, name tag still pinned to his chest. His hands shook as he gripped the kitchen knife. "Tell me what you know," Irving said quietly. The infected outside could hear them, he was sure, but there was no point in silence. Tyler swallowed hard. "I was at work. Morning shift at the coffee shop on Appleway. Around 9:30, people started coming in acting weird, like aggressive weird. One guy attacked a customer, just grabbed her and started biting." His voice was hollow, reciting facts he still couldn't believe. "Everyone freaked out. We locked the door, but more of them showed up. They broke through the window. My manager, she tried to stop one and it bit her. On the arm. She was bleeding everywhere." "What did you do?" "I ran. Out the back. Got in my car and came here." Tyler's hands tightened on the knife. "I called you. Kept calling. I thought you'd answer. I'm sorry. I was trying to get here. I watched the news. It's everywhere. Not just Spokane, Seattle, Portland, California. It's spreading." Irving had suspected as much. An outbreak this aggressive wouldn't stay contained. Did they say what caused it? Some kind of biological agent from the Gonzaga lab. An accident or maybe terrorism, they weren't sure. The infection spreads through bites and blood, kills you in minutes, and then... Tyler's voice cracked. "Then you come back. But not really you. Just something that wants to kill." They fell silent. Outside, the pounding had decreased but not stopped. The infected were persistent. Irving's ankle throbbed where he'd twisted it. His hands were scraped raw. His body ached in ways that would be unbearable once the adrenaline fully wore off. He was 52 years old, overweight, out of shape. He'd made it here on desperation, but he couldn't maintain that. Eventually, exhaustion would catch up. "We need to make a plan," Irving said. "What kind of plan?" Tyler looked at him with desperate hope, like Irving had answers, like he was the adult who could fix everything. Irving forced himself to think practically. Food, water, weapons, escape route. How much do you have here? They took inventory. Tyler's pantry was typical for a college student. Ramen, cereal, peanut butter, canned soup. Maybe 3 days of food if they rationed. A case of bottled water, mostly full. 12 bottles. The tap still worked for now, but Irving didn't trust it to keep working. For weapons, they had kitchen knives, a baseball bat Tyler kept in his closet, and Irving's crowbar. Not much against a horde of infected. The apartment had one window which opened onto a small balcony overlooking the parking lot. Irving looked out carefully, staying back from the glass. In the darkness below, he could make out shapes moving between abandoned cars. The infected hunting. A few fires burned in the distance, painting the night in flickering orange. "We can't stay here," Irving said. "Where else would we go?" "Somewhere with more supplies. Better defenses. This apartment is a trap. One way in, one way out. If the barricade fails, we're dead." Tyler's face went pale. "The barricade will hold." Irving didn't argue, but he'd felt how the door shook with each impact. It would hold tonight, maybe tomorrow, but not forever. He pulled out his phone. 12% battery. Tyler had a charger, but the power had gone out an hour ago. Irving composed a text to his ex-wife. "Tyler's safe. We're together. Don't try to come here. Stay where you are." He sent it without checking if she'd respond. Keeping the family informed felt important, even though he knew communication would break down soon. The cell towers would fail. The internet would die. They'd be isolated. "Try to sleep," Irving told Tyler. "I'll keep watch." "I can't sleep." "Try anyway. We'll need energy tomorrow." Tyler stretched out on the floor, still gripping the knife. Irving knew he wouldn't sleep either. Every nerve was too wired, too alert. But the kid needed to try. Irving sat with his back against the wall and thought about Percy. About swinging that tree branch. About the sound his partner's skull made when the rock came down. 7 years working together, and it had ended with Irving bashing his brains out in a park. He thought about the sanitation route they'd never finish, about the garbage bins lined up at curbs, waiting for a truck that wouldn't come, about his house, empty now, sitting in a neighborhood that was probably overrun, about his ex-wife, wherever she was, waiting for messages that might never arrive. The world had ended in less than a day. Everything he'd known, every routine and habit and assumption, was gone. The pounding on the door continued, sporadic but constant. The infected didn't sleep, didn't tire. They just kept hunting until something else caught their attention, or until their bodies decayed too much to function. Irving wondered how long that would take. Days, weeks, and in the meantime, how many more people would die and rise and join the hunt? Tyler's breathing eventually evened out. The kid had fallen asleep despite everything, his body shutting down from exhaustion. Irving was glad. Sleep was a mercy now. Irving's own eyes grew heavy as the night deepened. He fought it, but his body betrayed him. His head nodded forward. He jerked awake, then nodded again. The crowbar slipped from his hands. He dreamed of the morning, of 4:30 alarms and cold coffee, and the quiet drive through empty streets. Of Percy singing badly to the radio. Of bins lifted and dumped, the endless rhythm of work. Of his son's texts about study groups and coffee shops and ordinary concerns. He dreamed of normal and woke to nightmare. Dawn came gray and cold. Irving's neck was stiff from sleeping against the wall. His ankle had swollen even more, the boot tight around it. Tyler was still asleep, curled on his side like a child. The pounding on the door had stopped. Irving listened carefully. Silence. He stood up slowly, his body protesting every movement, and approached the window. Looked out at the parking lot below. The infected were gone. Not all of them. He could see a few wandering near the buildings across the lot, but the immediate concentration that had surrounded the apartment had dispersed. Something must have drawn them away during the night. A sound or movement, or another living person. Tyler? Irving shook his son's shoulder gently. Wake up. Tyler woke with a gasp, the knife coming up defensively. It took him a moment to remember where he was. What's wrong? They're gone. Most of them. This might be our chance to move. Move where? I don't know yet, but we can't stay here. Irving looked around the sparse apartment. We need to gather supplies. Everything useful. Food, water, clothes, blankets. Pack light, but pack smart. They spent the next hour preparing. Tyler found a camping backpack in his closet and filled it with canned goods, water bottles, a first aid kit from his bathroom. Irving took a second backpack and packed clothes, a flashlight, batteries, Tyler's phone charger, even though the power was out. Maybe they'd find a place with working electricity? Maybe. Tyler packed his laptop and Irving almost stopped him, too heavy, too impractical, but the look on his son's face stopped him. The laptop was connection, information, a piece of the old world. Let him have it if it gave him comfort. Irving checked his phone. 8% battery. No new messages. He powered it off completely to preserve what little charge remained. They moved the furniture barricade away from the door quietly, inch by inch, trying not to make sound that would attract attention. Irving held the crowbar ready. Tyler gripped the baseball bat. They looked at each other. Stay close to me, Irving said. If we see them, we run. Don't try to fight unless we have no choice. Tyler nodded, his face pale but determined. Irving opened the door slowly. The exterior walkway was empty. The bodies of the infected he'd killed last night lay where they'd fallen. In the growing daylight, Irving could see them clearly. Ordinary people transformed into monsters. A woman in a bathrobe, a man in pajamas, someone's neighbors, someone's family. They stepped out carefully, closing the apartment door behind them. Locked it out of habit, though Irving wasn't sure they'd ever come back. The morning air was cold and smelled like smoke. Irving could hear sirens in the distance, but fewer than yesterday. The city was dying by degrees. Each hour brought new silence. They descended the stairs, moving slowly, checking every angle. The parking lot was a graveyard of abandoned vehicles. Bodies lay scattered across the asphalt, both infected and normal dead, killed in yesterday's chaos. An infected stood near the dumpster where the fire had burned out. It was facing away, swaying slightly. Its head tilted like it was listening to something only it could hear. Irving put a hand on Tyler's shoulder, signaling stop. They waited, barely breathing. The infected didn't turn, didn't notice them. After a long minute, it shambled away, disappearing between buildings. Come on, Irving whispered. They moved through the parking lot, keeping low, using cars for cover. Irving's ankle protested every step, but he ignored it. Tyler stayed close, his eyes darting everywhere, hyper-alert. They reached Sprague Avenue. The main road was completely blocked, cars abandoned in every lane, some crashed together, others simply stopped where their drivers had fled. Bodies everywhere, and infected, scattered like landmines, wandering aimlessly until something caught their attention. We'll stay off the main roads, Irving said. Cut through neighborhoods. Head north toward the hills. Why north? More space, fewer people, better chance of finding somewhere defensible. It was only a theory, but Irving had to believe somewhere was safer than here. The valley was too dense, too many people, too many infected. The hills to the north had larger properties, more distance between houses. Maybe they could find somewhere to hole up. Maybe they could survive this. They moved through residential streets, cutting between houses, climbing fences when necessary. Irving's sanitation routes had taught him the city's geography intimately. He knew shortcuts and connections that maps didn't show. It was the first time his job had ever saved his life. They saw other survivors occasionally, a family loading supplies into a truck, An elderly man sitting on his porch with a rifle across his lap. A woman running down the street chased by infected, her screams echoing. Irving and Tyler hid until she passed. They couldn't help her, couldn't help anyone. Survival had made them into cowards. Irving felt the weight of that, but not enough to risk his son's life. They were cutting through a park when they encountered the barricade. Someone had taken a dozen cars and pushed them together across the park's entrance, creating a wall of metal. Armed men stood on top of the cars, watching the approaches. One of them saw Irving and Tyler and raised a rifle. "That's far enough," he shouted. Irving raised his hands, the crowbar dangling from one. "We're just passing through, not looking for trouble." "You bit? Either of you?" "No, we're clean." The man studied them through a scope. Irving could see other faces now, peeking over the barricade. Women, children. This was a survivor group, probably neighbors who'd banded together. "Where you headed?" the man asked. "North, looking for somewhere safe." The man laughed bitterly. "Ain't nowhere safe, but north's less bad than here. Keep moving and don't come back." Irving nodded and started to turn. The man called out again. "Hey, don't trust anyone. People are worse than those things now." They continued north. Irving thought about what the man had said, about people being worse than the infected. He'd seen hints of it yesterday, the fighting over supplies, the violence born of desperation. How long before the thin veneer of morality dissolved completely? Midday found them in a quiet residential area, tree-lined streets with nice houses. They'd seen infected here too, but fewer and easy to avoid. Irving's ankle was agony now. He needed to rest, to take the boot off and see the damage. They broke into a house with a "for sale" sign in the yard. Empty homes were safer, less likely to have infected or desperate people hiding inside. This one was staged for showing, with generic furniture and fake plants. The power was out, but the water still worked. They drank from the tap and filled their water bottles. Irving sat on the floor and removed his boot. His ankle was purple and swollen to twice its normal size. Tyler sucked in a breath when he saw it. "Dad, that's bad." "It's fine." "It's not fine. You can barely walk." Irving knew his son was right, but acknowledging it meant acknowledging all their other problems. How they were low on food, how his son had no survival skills, how Irving was too old and too hurt to protect them for long. "We'll rest here tonight," Irving said. "Tomorrow we keep moving." They fortified the house as best they could, pushed furniture against doors, checked that windows locked, found kitchen knives and anything else that could be a weapon. Irving discovered a tool shed in the backyard with a shovel and a hatchet. Better than nothing. Tyler found canned goods in the pantry. The previous owners had left them behind. They ate cold soup directly from the cans, sitting in the living room as daylight faded. Neither spoke much. What was there to say? Everything had already been said in the silence between them. Irving's phone was dead now. Tyler's phone had died that morning. They were cut off from information, from communication, from any sense of the larger world. For all they knew, they were the last people alive in Spokane. For all they knew, they were the last people alive anywhere. Night fell, and with it came sounds. Not the infected. They were quieter in darkness, as if their sensory limitations made them less aggressive when they couldn't see. But other sounds, gunshots in the distance, screaming, glass breaking, humanity tearing itself apart in the dark. "Did you think about it?" Tyler asked quietly. "Before this, did you ever think about what you'd do if the world ended?" "No," Irving admitted. "I thought about my route. About you, about getting through the day. Never thought about this. I used to watch zombie movies, thought they were cool, thought I'd know what to do." Tyler's voice was bitter. "I don't know anything. I'm useless." "You're alive." "That's not useless. You're the only reason I'm alive. You came for me. Nobody else would have done that. Irving looked at his son, really looked at him, saw the fear and exhaustion and gratitude in his face. "You're my son." "Of course I came." They sat in silence. Outside, the city burned and bled and died. Inside, a father and son waited for morning, hoping it would come, knowing that even if it did, nothing would be better. Irving didn't sleep that night. His ankle throbbed and his mind wouldn't quiet. He kept thinking about the journey ahead, about how they had maybe 2 days of food left, about how his body was breaking down, about how many infected were between them and any theoretical safety. He thought about Percy again, wondered if his partner had family who knew what happened to him, wondered if anyone would ever know. The world was too chaotic now for proper records. People were dying by the thousands, and nobody was counting anymore. When dawn came, Irving and Tyler ate the last of the canned soup and prepared to move. Irving wrapped his ankle as tight as he could stand, using an ace bandage from the first aid kit. It helped minimally. He could walk, but every step was painful. They left the house and continued north. The neighborhood was quieter than yesterday, which somehow made it more ominous. The infected were still around. Irving saw them in the distance, heard their growls, but they seemed less active. Maybe they'd exhausted their immediate prey. Maybe they were entering some kind of dormant state. Irving didn't know enough about the infection to guess. What he did know was that they needed real shelter, a fortified position with supplies, somewhere they could hold out while the first wave of chaos burned itself out. "There," Tyler said, pointing. Irving followed his gaze. A church sat on top of a hill, stone walls and stained glass windows. It was surrounded by a fence, and from this distance, Irving could see people moving in the yard, another survivor group. "Churches are good," Tyler said. "In movies, they always go to churches." Irving wasn't sure movies were reliable guides, but he was out of better ideas. They approached slowly, making their presence obvious, keeping their weapons lowered. The last thing they needed was to be shot by scared survivors. A woman called out when they got close. "Stop there. State your business." "We're looking for shelter," Irving called back. "We're not infected. We're not armed beyond basic defense." Several people appeared at the fence, studying them. Irving counted at least 8, ranging from elderly to young. They looked exhausted but organized. Someone here had taken charge. "Check them," the woman ordered. 2 men came out through the gate, both carrying rifles. They approached Irving and Tyler carefully. "Strip your jackets, show your arms and neck." Irving and Tyler complied, pulling off their outer layers and turning slowly. The men inspected them for bite marks, satisfied themselves that neither was infected. "You can come in," one of the men said, "but weapons stay at the gate. We don't allow armed strangers inside." Irving hesitated. Giving up the crowbar meant giving up his only real defense. But they needed shelter more than they needed weapons. He handed over the crowbar and hatchet. Tyler gave up the baseball bat. Inside the fence, the church property was organized chaos. People had set up tents and sleeping bags in the yard. A garden had been hastily planted. Someone had drawn water from a well. It was a community trying to survive. The woman who'd first called out approached them. She was maybe 60, with gray hair pulled back and a no-nonsense expression. "I'm Margaret. Used to be a nurse before I retired. I'm coordinating things here." "Irving. This is my son Tyler." Margaret studied them with a clinical eye. "You're injured." "That ankle. Twisted it yesterday. It's fine." "It's not fine." "You're limping. Come with me." She led them to a tent where medical supplies were laid out on a table. Someone had raided a pharmacy or hospital. Margaret had Irving sit and carefully removed his boot. Her hands were gentle but firm. "Definitely sprained, maybe fractured. You've been walking on this?" She looked at him like he was an idiot. "Didn't have a choice." Well, you do now. You're not walking anywhere for at least a few days. She began wrapping his ankle properly, immobilizing it. We've got about 40 people here, mix of neighbors and refugees like you. We're trying to create something sustainable. Gardens, water collection, security. You think you can hold out here? Irving asked. Margaret's expression hardened. I think we're going to die here eventually. But here is better than out there, so we're trying. It was the most honest assessment Irving had heard. No false hope. No pretense that rescue was coming. Just the grim reality of survival. They were given a spot in the church basement to sleep. It was crowded, maybe 20 people packed into a space meant for Sunday school classes. But it was warm and relatively safe. Tyler collapsed almost immediately, his body finally giving out. Irving sat with his back against the wall, his ankle elevated, and watched the other survivors. He saw families huddled together, saw people who'd lost everything, staring at nothing, saw a woman rocking back and forth, whispering to herself, saw children who'd gone quiet, their innocence stolen in a day. This was what remained. The lucky ones who'd found shelter, and even they looked like ghosts. Irving lasted 3 days in the church before everything went wrong. Those 3 days were almost peaceful, in a terrible way. The community had established routines: water collection in the morning, cooking over open fires, watches throughout the day and night. People tried to maintain normalcy. The children still played, though quietly. Adults still talked, though never about the future. Everyone was just trying to get through one day at a time. Irving's ankle healed slowly. Margaret had been right. It was fractured, not just sprained. She'd immobilized it properly and forbidden him from putting weight on it. Tyler helped him move around, acting as his crutch when necessary. They learned about the other survivors. There was a family from 3 houses down, parents and 2 teenage daughters, an elderly couple who'd been married 60 years, a young man who'd been a teacher, now organizing lessons for the children because someone had to maintain the pretense of future. A dozen others, each with their own story of loss and escape. And there were rules. Margaret ran the place with firm authority. No weapons beyond the designated guards, no hoarding supplies. Everyone contributed what they could. Infected were to be killed on sight, no hesitation, no exceptions. And most importantly, anyone who was bitten had 10 minutes to say goodbye before they were executed and burned. Irving had watched that happen once. A man had been bitten during a supply run, got back to the church before the infection took hold. He'd known what was coming, had said goodbye to his wife and children, had walked to the fire pit voluntarily. The guards had done it quickly, a bullet to the head, and thrown his body into the flames before he could reanimate. The wife had screamed until her voice gave out. That was life now. Brutal and immediate and without mercy. On the 3rd night, Irving was on watch duty. His ankle was good enough to stand for a few hours, and everyone contributed to security. He stood at the fence with a rifle they'd allowed him, watching the street below. The city was dark except for scattered fires. The infected still roamed, but in smaller numbers. Either they'd killed most of the available prey or they were spreading out, following surviving humans wherever they fled. Tyler was with him, assigned to the same watch. Father and son standing in the darkness, protecting a community of strangers because there was nothing else left to protect. "Do you think Mom made it?" Tyler asked quietly. Irving had been wondering the same thing. His ex-wife lived in North Spokane, had probably been at work when everything started. He wanted to believe she'd found safety, wanted to believe she was in another church or shelter, organizing people with her usual efficiency. But wanting didn't make it true. "I don't know," Irving admitted. "I hope so. I keep thinking about before. Like 2 weeks ago, I was complaining about my shift manager, about stupid shit that doesn't matter. And now," Tyler's voice cracked, "now everything's gone and I'm standing here with a gun watching for zombies and it doesn't feel real." I know. Does it get easier? Accepting it? Irving thought about Percy, about the infected nurse on the bridge, about all the bodies he'd seen, all the death that had become normal in just days. No, you just get more numb. They fell silent. Irving watched the street, his finger near the trigger. In the distance, he saw movement, a group of infected shuffling past, maybe 6 of them. They didn't approach the church. The fence and the guards and the lack of obvious prey kept them away. But not everyone. At midnight, Irving heard engines, vehicles approaching from the south, moving slowly. He raised the rifle and called out to the other guards. "Something's coming." Margaret appeared from the church, moving quickly despite her age. "How many?" 3 vehicles, maybe 4. Irving squinted into the darkness. "Can't tell if they're infected or—" The first vehicle emerged into the light of their fires. A pickup truck, battered and dirty, with 5 men in the bed. They had guns. They looked desperate. "Oh no," Margaret whispered. The truck stopped at the fence. The men climbed out, weapons raised. One of them, a large man with a beard, called out, "We know you got supplies in there. Food, water, medicine. We need it." Margaret stepped forward. "We're barely surviving ourselves. We ain't asking." The bearded man chambered around. "Open the gate or we come through it." Irving's finger tightened on the trigger. Tyler had gone pale beside him. The other guards were moving into position, but they were outnumbered. The raiders had at least 15 men, all armed, all willing to kill. "Margaret," Irving said quietly, "they'll slaughter us? I know." She raised her voice toward the raiders. "We can share. Take what you need, but leave us enough to survive." The bearded man laughed. "That's not how this works, lady. We take everything, and you deal with what's left. There are children here." "Yeah? We got children too, and they're starving." The man's expression was hard. "You got 30 seconds to open that gate." Irving knew what was coming, could see it in the raiders' faces, in their weapons, in the way they'd positioned themselves. This wasn't negotiation. This was execution. "We can't give them everything," someone whispered behind him. "We'll die without those supplies." Margaret's face was stony. She'd made the same calculation. "Get the children to the basement. Everyone else, prepare to defend." The 30 seconds passed. The bearded man sighed theatrically. Shame. Could have been easy. The raiders opened fire. Bullets tore through the fence and thudded into the church walls. Irving dropped to the ground, pulling Tyler down with him. Around them, chaos erupted. People screaming, running, returning fire. The raiders were advancing, using their trucks for cover, systematically breaking through the fence. "Fall back!" Margaret shouted. "Inside the church!" Irving grabbed Tyler and ran, his ankle screaming in protest. Behind them, the fence gave way. The raiders poured through, shooting anyone who didn't flee fast enough. Irving saw the elderly couple go down, blood spraying. Saw one of the teenage girls get hit in the leg, screaming for her father. They reached the church and barricaded the doors. Maybe 20 survivors had made it inside. The rest were dead or captured or fled into the night. Through the stained glass windows, Irving could see the raiders systematically looting the property, taking everything: food, water, medical supplies, weapons. "Basement," Margaret ordered. "Now." They fled down the stairs into the cramped space. Someone shoved a shelving unit against the basement door. It wouldn't hold long if the raiders decided to come down, but it was something. Tyler was crying. Irving held him, feeling his son shake. Around them, other survivors wept or prayed or sat in shell-shocked silence. Children whimpered. Someone was bleeding from a gunshot wound, blood pooling on the concrete floor. Above, they heard boots on the church floor, voices calling out. The raiders were searching the building. "They're going to find us," someone whispered. Margaret pressed her finger to her lips, signaling silence. They waited in the darkness, barely breathing, listening to the raiders ransack the church above. Minutes felt like hours. Irving's heart hammered so hard he was sure everyone could hear it. The raiders' voices grew closer to the basement door. Someone tried the handle. The door shook against the barricade. "Anything down there?" a voice called out. "Just storage." "Nothing worth hauling." "Check it anyway." Irving raised his rifle, knowing it was pointless. They couldn't win a firefight in these conditions, but he'd die protecting Tyler if it came to that. The door shook again. The shelving unit scraped across the floor. Then, miraculously, the raiders gave up. "It's stuck." "Forget it. We got what we came for." Their footsteps retreated. Engines started outside, the sound of vehicles driving away. They waited another hour before anyone moved. Finally, Margaret crept up the stairs and checked the church. When she came back down, her face said everything. "They took it all, every supply we had. They killed—" She couldn't finish. They emerged from the basement to find the church destroyed. Food gone, water gone, medical supplies gone. The wounded were dying from lack of treatment. Bodies lay in the yard where people had been executed trying to flee. The fires had been scattered, leaving only smoking embers. 40 people had been in this community that morning. Now, maybe 15 remained, most injured, all traumatized, and they had nothing. "We can't stay," someone said. "They might come back." "Where would we go?" another asked. "It's suicide out there." Irving looked at Tyler. His son's face was blank with shock. They'd been safe here, as safe as anyone could be, and in one night, it was gone, destroyed by people who were supposedly on the same side. "We have to leave," Irving said to Tyler. "Tonight." "Where?" "I don't know. But we can't stay here." He looked around at the devastated community. "This place is dead." They gathered what little they could salvage. A few water bottles the raiders had missed, some canned goods someone had hidden. Irving took back his crowbar from where it had been abandoned. Tyler found a knife. Margaret was organizing the survivors, trying to create some kind of plan. Irving pulled her aside. "We're leaving." She nodded like she'd expected it. "I don't blame you. This place is finished. What will you do? Try to hold out here? Maybe scavenge from nearby houses? Maybe." She trailed off, and Irving saw the hopelessness in her eyes. She knew they were all dead. It was just a matter of when. "Good luck," Irving said, knowing how hollow it sounded. "You too. Keep that boy safe." Irving and Tyler slipped out through the broken fence as dawn approached. Behind them, the church survivors tried to salvage something from the ruins. Ahead lay the city, dark and dangerous and dying. They walked north again because there was nowhere else to go. Irving's ankle had re-injured itself during the chaos, and now every step was agony. But he couldn't stop. The raiders might come back. Other groups might arrive. The infected were still out there, drawn by the gunfire. The streets were a graveyard, bodies everywhere, both infected and normal dead, rotting in the cold November air. The smell was unbearable, decay and blood and chemicals from fires. Tyler vomited twice. Irving just breathed through his mouth and kept moving. They saw other survivors occasionally. Some ignored them. Some fled at their approach. One man tried to attack them for their backpacks, desperate enough to kill for the meager supplies inside. Irving broke his arm with the crowbar and left him screaming in the street. "Dad," Tyler said, horrified. "He would have killed us." Irving's voice was flat. "That's how it works now." They kept walking. The city stretched endlessly ahead, each block the same as the last. Abandoned cars, dead bodies, broken windows, fires burning. Irving's sense of direction was failing. Every street looked identical in the destruction. He was navigating on instinct more than knowledge. They found shelter in an elementary school as the sun set. The building had been evacuated quickly. Papers still on desks, children's artwork on the walls. It felt like a museum to a world that no longer existed. They barricaded themselves in a classroom and ate their meager supplies in silence. Tyler had stopped talking, just sat against the wall, staring at nothing. Irving recognized the symptoms of shock, but didn't know how to help. He was barely holding himself together. His ankle was infected now. He'd seen the red streaks spreading from the injury, felt the heat of fever starting. Without antibiotics, the infection would spread. He had maybe a few days before it killed him or rendered him immobile. He didn't tell Tyler. That night, Irving heard his phone buzzing. He'd forgotten about it, assumed it was dead and worthless. But somehow it had a charge, maybe a few percent left. He pulled it out with shaking hands. A text from his ex-wife, time-stamped 3 days ago. "Please tell me you're alive. Both of you, please." Irving's vision blurred with tears. He typed back with numb fingers. "We're alive. Barely. I love you. Tell Tyler I love him." He hit send, knowing the message probably wouldn't go through. The cell towers were mostly down, but he had to try. Another buzz. A text from his son's phone, which was sitting right next to Tyler, also somehow with a tiny charge remaining. From Tyler. "Dad, where are you? Scared." Irving looked at his son, who was asleep against the wall, his face pale and drawn. The text was old, from days ago, from when Irving had been fighting through the city to reach him. He scrolled through the other messages, his son calling for help over and over as Irving got closer, the desperation in each text, the fear, and then newer messages from today, still coming through somehow, delayed by overloaded networks. "Dad, Dad, please. Something's wrong. Bite marks on my arm. Dad, I don't feel good." Irving's blood went cold. He looked at Tyler, sleeping against the wall. Rushed over and grabbed his arm, pulling up the sleeve. There, on Tyler's forearm, were bite marks. Not deep, but unmistakable. The skin around them was gray, veins spreading from the wound in dark tendrils. "No," Irving whispered. "No, no, no." Tyler's eyes opened. He looked at his father with glazed confusion. "Dad? When?" Irving demanded. "When did this happen?" Tyler looked at his arm like he was seeing it for the first time. "The church. When we were running. One of them. I thought it just scratched me." Irving felt his world collapsing. He'd come so far, survived so much, killed his friend, watched communities destroyed, endured injuries and exhaustion and horror, all to save his son, and his son was infected. How long ago? Irving's voice was barely a whisper. Tyler checked his phone with trembling hands. 3 hours, maybe 4. The infection took 10 minutes to kill. Tyler had survived hours, which meant one of two things. The bite hadn't broken skin enough to transmit, or Tyler was resistant somehow. But the gray skin, the dark veins, said otherwise. "I'm dying," Tyler said. Not a question, a statement. Irving wanted to deny it, wanted to lie and say everything would be fine, but he'd promised himself never to lie to his son. "Probably." "Yes." Tyler nodded slowly, like he'd suspected. "Will I turn into one of them?" "I don't know. The infection seems slower in you." Irving was grasping at hope that didn't exist. "Maybe you're immune. Maybe—" "Dad." Tyler's voice was gentle. "Don't." They sat in silence. Through the classroom windows, Irving could see the city burning, could hear distant screams and sirens and the ever-present sound of the infected, the world ending in real time. "I don't want to be one of them," Tyler said. "I don't want you to have to—" He couldn't finish. Irving understood. He'd seen the rule at the church, seen the man walk to his execution voluntarily, seen the mercy in a quick death versus the horror of reanimation. "I know," Irving said. "Will you do it?" "When the time comes?" Irving's hands shook. He thought about watching Percy reanimate, about the wet sound when the rock came down, about all the violence he'd committed in the name of survival, and now his son was asking him to commit one more act, the worst one. "I will," Irving promised, "when you're ready." They sat together as the hours passed. Tyler's condition deteriorated slowly. The gray spread from the bite, covering more of his arm. His breathing became labored. His eyes kept closing, then jerking open like he was fighting something internal. "Talk to me," Tyler said. "About before. About anything good." Irving searched his memory for happy times. "Remember when I taught you to drive? You hit every cone in the parking lot. I was nervous. You were terrible." Irving smiled despite everything. "But you got better. You always got better at everything you tried. Not this." Tyler's laugh was bitter. "You survived 4 days of the apocalypse. That's better than most." They traded stories, fishing trips and birthday parties and ordinary moments that had seemed mundane but now felt precious. Tyler's voice got weaker. The pauses between words grew longer. His skin was cold to touch. "Dad," Tyler said, maybe 2 hours before dawn, "I'm scared." "I know, so am I. I don't want to leave you alone." Irving's chest constricted. "You're not leaving me. You're going somewhere better, somewhere without all this." "You believe that?" Irving didn't. He'd never been religious, but he lied for his son's sake. "Yeah, I believe that." Tyler closed his eyes. His breathing was shallow now. Irving held his hand, feeling the coldness spreading through his son's body, feeling the life leaving him by degrees. "I love you," Irving said. "I'm so proud of you." "I always have been." "Love you too," Tyler whispered. "I'm sorry I didn't." "Say it more." "You didn't need to." "I knew." Tyler's hand went slack in Irving's grip. His chest rose once more, then fell, then didn't rise again. Irving sat holding his dead son's hand for a long time. Outside, the city continued its death throes. Inside the classroom, time stopped. He waited for Tyler to reanimate. 2 minutes. 5. 10. The infection should have brought him back by now, but Tyler remained still, his face peaceful in death. Whatever the bite had done, it had killed him without the reanimation. A mercy Irving hadn't expected. As dawn light filtered through the classroom windows, Irving carefully laid his son's body on the floor, found an American flag in the corner and draped it over him. It felt inadequate and stupid and necessary all at once. He couldn't bury Tyler, had no strength for digging, no safe place to do it. The best he could do was leave him here, covered and quiet, in a classroom where children had once learned about a world that no longer existed. Irving stood, his infected ankle throbbing, his body burning with fever from his own infection. He picked up the crowbar, grabbed his backpack with its few remaining supplies, and walked out of the school into the morning. He had no destination now, no son to protect, no reason to survive beyond the baseline biological drive. But he kept walking anyway, because that's what bodies did until they stopped. The streets were quieter in the morning. The infected seemed less active, though Irving couldn't tell if that was real or just his fever-addled perception. Everything felt distant and unreal, like he was watching himself from outside his body. His phone buzzed one final time. He pulled it out with numb fingers. Text from Tyler's phone, not from Tyler, but delivered now after hours of network delay. "Dad, where are you? Scared. Bite marks on my arm. Dad, I don't feel good. Dad, please help. Dad, Dad, Dad." Irving read the messages his son had sent while dying, while Irving had been right there, unaware, while Tyler had been too afraid or too kind to say anything, not wanting to burden his father with the knowledge. "I'm sorry," Irving said to the empty street. "I'm so sorry." He walked south now, toward the river. No reason except that it was downhill and his body wanted downhill. The city passed in a blur, smoke and bodies and the shells of cars. He saw infected, but they didn't approach. Maybe they sensed the death on him. Maybe they'd already fed. Maybe Irving was already dead and just hadn't realized it yet. The Spokane River came into view, gray water rushing past under a bridge. Irving had worked this area for years. Knew every dumpster, every back alley, every difficult pickup. His entire adult life spent collecting other people's garbage, and now he was garbage himself, refused to be disposed of. His phone kept buzzing, Tyler's delayed texts still coming through, each one a knife. Dad, scared, help, please. Irving sat on the riverbank. His ankle was swollen to grotesque proportions, red streaks spreading up his leg. Fever burned through him. He was dying of infection, same as anyone in the old world who'd suffered a serious injury without treatment. The apocalypse hadn't killed him. His own deteriorating body had. Infected emerged from nearby buildings, drawn by his presence or his smell or just random chance. They shambled toward him, maybe 6 of them. Irving recognized a few. The mailman who'd delivered to his old route, a barista from a coffee shop Tyler had worked at, his neighbors transformed into monsters. Irving didn't fight, didn't run, just sat by the river and waited. The infected circled him, their clouded eyes fixed on his living flesh. They moved closer, mouths opening, reaching out with gray hands. Irving's phone buzzed one last time. He looked at the screen through blurring vision. Text from his son. "Dad, where are you?" "I'm here," Irving whispered to the phone, to his dead son, to the dying city. "I'm right here." The infected closed in. Irving felt hands grabbing him, teeth finding flesh. Pain bloomed but felt distant, disconnected from reality. He dropped the phone and it fell into the river, carrying Tyler's desperate messages away with the current. He thought about the morning, 4:30 alarm, cold coffee, Percy singing badly to the radio. Thought about the route they'd never finish. Thought about bins lined up at curbs waiting for collection that wouldn't come. Thought about normal mornings and ordinary concerns and everything that had been lost. Thought about his son's face, peaceful in death, covered by an American flag in an elementary school classroom. The infected pulled him down. The world faded to gray. In his last conscious moment, Irving heard his phone buzzing somewhere in the river. Tyler's texts still coming through, still asking for help, still calling for a father who hadn't been fast enough, smart enough, or strong enough to save him. The sun rose over Spokane, illuminating a city of the dead. And somewhere in that city, in a classroom full of children's artwork, a body lay covered by a flag, waiting to be found by no one. The infection spread, the city fell, and Irving joined the masses of the infected, shambling along the riverbank, all memory of sanitation routes and garbage trucks and the son he'd failed erased by the virus. Just another corpse walking, another casualty, another statistic in an apocalypse that had swallowed the world in less than a week. His ex-wife never received his final messages. The cell towers failed completely that afternoon. She died 3 days later in North Spokane, surrounded by infected, still clutching her phone, still waiting for word from her family. The church community scattered after the raid. Most died within the week. Margaret lasted longest, survived 2 more months before starvation took her. She died in the church where she'd tried to build something, alone. Percy's daughter never knew what happened to her father. She survived in Seattle for 3 years before the infection finally found her community. She thought about him sometimes, wondered if he'd tried to come for her, hoped he'd died quickly. The sanitation route in South Spokane was never completed. Bins sat at curbs for years after, slowly filling with rainwater and debris, monuments to a service that no longer existed, to a world that had ended one Wednesday morning when the news broke about Gonzaga University, and everything changed forever. In the abandoned elementary school, Tyler's body eventually decayed to bones, the flag still draped over him like a shroud. Years later, when survivors finally dared to explore the city again, they found the remains and wondered about the story, about who this person had been and who had loved them enough to cover them respectfully, even as the world ended. They never knew about Irving, about the father who'd fought through a dying city to reach his son, about the sanitation worker who'd killed his partner and crossed impossible miles and done everything right, only to fail in the end, about the man who died by the river with his son's texts still coming through, each one a reminder that love wasn't enough when the world decided to end. Irving's body washed downstream eventually, caught on rocks, torn apart by the current. The crowbar he'd carried sank to the river bottom. His backpack disintegrated, his clothes rotted away, until nothing remained but bones scattered along the riverbank, indistinguishable from all the other bones, all the other casualties, all the other ordinary people who'd tried to survive the impossible and failed. The river kept flowing. The city kept dying. And somewhere in the ruins, a phone lay waterlogged and broken, its last received message forever trapped in digital memory. "Dad, where are you?" No one ever answered. Now let's move on to the next story. The first thing Jasper noticed that morning was how quiet the break room was. He'd been assembling fuselage panels at the Wichita plant for 32 years, and he knew the rhythm of every shift change, every coffee break, every lunch period, the murmur of voices, the scrape of chairs, the hiss of vending machines. These sounds were as familiar to him as his own breathing. But today, clusters of workers stood silent around the mounted television in the corner, their faces pale in the fluorescent light. He poured himself coffee from the ancient pot near the microwave, the bitter smell mixing with the perpetual scent of industrial lubricant and aluminum shavings that permeated everything in the plant. His hands were already stained with it, ground into the creases of his knuckles despite the heavy work gloves he wore on the line. At 63, those hands ached more than they used to, especially in the cold months, but they were steady. They knew how to position a rivet gun, how to read the tension in a torque wrench, how to feel when a fastener was seated properly without even looking. "You see this?" Odell asked, nodding toward the screen. Odell was his line partner, had been for almost 15 years. They worked in synchronized silence most days, passing tools and parts without needing to speak. Odell was maybe 5 years younger, thick through the shoulders, with gray stubble on his dark skin and reading glasses perpetually pushed up on his forehead. Jasper looked at the television. A news anchor sat rigid behind a desk, the brightness of the studio lights harsh against her foundation. The chyron scrolling beneath her read, "Incident at Wichita State Research Facility. Authorities investigating." "What kind of incident?" Jasper asked. "They're not saying. Just that there was some kind of contamination, chemical spill or something. They evacuated the whole building around 3 this morning." The anchor's voice was measured, professional, but Jasper could see the tension in her jaw. "Officials are asking residents within a 2-mile radius of the campus to remain indoors until further notice. Anyone experiencing fever, nausea, or severe headache should contact emergency services immediately." "Wichita State's what, 4 miles from here?" someone else asked. "About that," Odell said. "Winds blowing east today, too." The shift supervisor, a younger man named Tommy with a clipboard permanently attached to his hand, pushed through the break room door. "All right, let's go. We're already behind quota from yesterday. Line needs to be running in 5 minutes." The crowd around the television dispersed slowly, reluctantly. Jasper finished his coffee and followed Odell out into the massive expanse of the plant floor. The space was cathedral-like in its dimensions, steel rafters rising 40 feet overhead, the concrete floor marked with yellow safety lines and anchor points for equipment. The fluorescent lights cast everything in a flat, shadowless glare. Their station was midway down the fuselage assembly line. Today they were working on bulkhead installations for the new commercial aircraft contract, fitting the reinforced frames that would divide the passenger cabin from the cargo hold. It was precision work. Each bulkhead had to be positioned within millimeter tolerances, secured with dozens of rivets, then inspected before the section moved down the line. Jasper pulled on his safety glasses and gloves, checked his tool belt. The rivet gun hung heavy at his hip, familiar weight. Beside it, the torque wrench, the pneumatic drill, the inspection mirror on an extending wand. These were his instruments, and he knew them better than most people knew their own vehicles. The morning crept forward. The assembly line moved in its mechanical rhythm, sections sliding forward on rails every 17 minutes. Jasper and Odell worked in practiced coordination. Odell would position the bulkhead using the overhead crane controls, and Jasper would guide it into place, checking alignment with a laser level. Then together they'd drill the mounting holes and drive the rivets, the pneumatic tools rattling in rapid-fire bursts that echoed through the plant. But something was off. Workers kept glancing toward the administrative offices, toward the windows that looked out over the parking lot. Jasper could feel the unease spreading like a draft through the building. Around 10:30, one of the quality inspectors from the next station started coughing. It began as a throat clearing, then escalated into deep, wet hacks that doubled him over. His name was Richard, a thin man who'd worked the plant almost as long as Jasper. He stumbled away from the line, waving off assistants heading toward the restroom. "He looks like hell," Odell muttered. Jasper had to agree. Richard's face had been flushed, almost gray beneath the red, and there'd been something wrong with his eyes. They'd seemed glassy, unfocused. By 11, Richard hadn't returned, and the supervisor had to pull someone from another station to cover his inspection duties. The replacement was slower, less familiar with the process, and the line started backing up. Jasper could feel the frustration building around him, that particular tension that came when efficiency dropped and management started watching. Then the PA system crackled to life. "Attention all personnel. We've received notification from local authorities regarding the situation at Wichita State. As a precaution, management is implementing enhanced safety protocols. Anyone experiencing flu-like symptoms should report immediately to the medical office. Do not attempt to work through illness. Repeat, if you are feeling unwell, report to medical immediately." The announcement did nothing to ease the tension. If anything, it made things worse. Workers were openly talking now, ignoring the supervisor's calls to focus on their tasks. Jasper heard fragments of conversation, rumors spreading about what had happened at the university, speculation about chemicals or biological agents, someone claiming their cousin worked campus security and said there'd been deaths. Odell was quiet, focused on the bulkhead they were installing, but Jasper noticed his partner's hands weren't as steady as usual. Everyone was rattled. Lunch came at noon. Jasper sat in his usual spot in the break room, a corner table near the window that looked out over the employee parking lot. He unwrapped the sandwich his daughter had made for him the night before, turkey and Swiss on wheat bread, a little mayonnaise, lettuce that had already wilted slightly in the plastic wrap. She'd included a bag of pretzels and an apple, and tucked in next to them was a folded piece of paper. He pulled it out, already knowing what it was. His grandson's little league schedule, printed from the team website. The boy was 9, played shortstop, and had a game Saturday at the Northeast Fields. Jasper had promised to come watch, had promised to take him out for ice cream afterward if they won. The schedule was covered in his daughter's notes, circled dates for games she needed him to attend because she had to work late, stars next to the games against rival teams, a phone number for the team mom who coordinated the snack schedule. His daughter's life was a careful architecture of schedules and responsibilities, a single mother working as a medical coder at the hospital downtown, raising 2 kids in a rented duplex on the east side. Jasper helped when he could, picking up the kids from school, staying with them when she worked evening shifts, fixing things around the house that the landlord ignored. He refolded the schedule carefully, slipped it back into his lunchbox. The boy, his grandson, had his mother's eyes, but his grandfather's stubborn streak. He took baseball seriously, practiced his throws in the backyard until it got dark, slept with his glove on the nightstand. Jasper had never been much for sports as a young man, but watching his grandson play had become one of his few pure pleasures, uncomplicated by the weight of years. The television in the break room was still on, volume turned up now. A different anchor, a man this time, was interviewing someone described as a health department official. The official's voice was measured, bureaucratic, designed to convey calm competence. We want to emphasize that there is no immediate danger to the general public. The incident at the research facility was contained, and our teams are conducting thorough assessments. However, out of an abundance of caution, we're asking people to be vigilant about hygiene, to report any unusual symptoms, and to avoid unnecessary travel near the university campus. Can you tell us what kind of contamination occurred? The anchor pressed. A slight pause. I'm not at liberty to discuss the specifics of ongoing research. What I can say is that proper protocols were followed and the situation is under control. Someone at the next table scoffed. Under control, that's what they always say. Jasper finished his sandwich, threw away the wrapper, and headed back to the floor. The afternoon would be long, and the work wouldn't do itself. But when he reached his station, he found Odell leaning heavily against the workbench, one hand pressed to his forehead. Sweat gleamed on his face despite the cool temperature in the plant. "You all right?" Jasper asked. Odell looked up, and Jasper saw something that made his stomach clench. His partner's eyes were bloodshot, the whites gone pink, and there was a tremor in his jaw. "Just a headache," Odell said. "Bad one, came on real sudden. You should go to medical." "I'm fine, just need some water." But he wasn't fine. Jasper could see that, could see the way Odell's hand shook when he reached for his water bottle, the way he had to concentrate just to unscrew the cap. "I'm serious," Jasper said. "They just told us to report if we're feeling sick." "It's just a damn headache," Odell snapped, then winced at the volume of his own voice. "Sorry, I'm sorry, it's just... Christ, it hurts." The supervisor was approaching, clipboard in hand, ready to push them to make up for lost time. But before he could say anything, Odell's water bottle slipped from his hand and clattered to the concrete floor. Water spread in a clear pool around their boots. "Butterfingers," Odell said, but his voice was slurred, distant. He blinked slowly as if waking from sleep, and then his knees buckled. Jasper caught him, or tried to. Odell was a solid man, heavy, and his sudden dead weight almost pulled them both down. Jasper managed to ease him to the floor instead, calling out for help, for someone to get medical, get anyone. Other workers were crowding around now. The supervisor was on his radio, voice urgent. Odell lay on his back on the concrete, convulsing, his whole body seized by rhythmic spasms that arched his spine and made his heels drum against the floor. Foam appeared at the corners of his mouth, pink-tinged, and his eyes had rolled back to show only white. "Give him space," someone said. "He's having a seizure." Jasper knelt beside his partner, unsure what to do, afraid to touch him and make it worse. The convulsions seemed to go on forever, brutal and mechanical, Odell's body no longer his own. Then, as suddenly as they'd started, they stopped. Odell went limp, his breathing shallow and rapid, a terrible rattling sound in his chest. "Medical's on the way," the supervisor said, but his voice shook. Jasper stayed beside Odell, watching his partner's chest rise and fall in irregular gasps. He wanted to say something reassuring, wanted to tell Odell it would be okay, but the words wouldn't come. Around them, the assembly line had stopped. Workers stood frozen, watching, the whole massive space gone quiet except for the distant hum of ventilation and the ragged sound of Odell's breathing. The plant medic arrived 3 minutes later, a woman named Patricia who carried a red emergency kit. She checked Odell's pulse, his pupils, her movements efficient but her face tight with concern. "We need an ambulance," she said to the supervisor. "Now." But before anyone could respond, Odell's eyes snapped open. It wasn't like waking. There was nothing gradual or gentle about it. One moment he was unconscious, and the next his eyes were wide, staring at nothing, and he made a sound, a low, gurgling moan that came from deep in his chest and didn't sound human. Patricia jerked back. "Jesus!" Odell sat up in one convulsive motion, his movements wrong, too fast and too jerky. His head swiveled toward Patricia, and Jasper saw that his eyes were different now. The pupils blown so wide there was almost no iris left, just black surrounded by bloodshot white. Then Odell lunged. He caught Patricia's wrist, pulled her toward him with shocking strength, and before anyone could react, his teeth found her throat. There was no hesitation, no recognition, just raw animal hunger. He bit down, and blood sprayed across the concrete, across Jasper's boots, across everything. Patricia screamed, a sound that cut through the shocked silence like a saw blade through aluminum. She struggled, trying to pull away, but Odell held on, his jaw working, tearing, and the screaming turned to wet, choking sounds that were somehow worse. Someone was yelling, multiple someones. The supervisor stumbled backward, his clipboard clattering to the floor. Other workers scattered, running for the exits, for anywhere that wasn't here. Jasper stood frozen, his mind unable to process what his eyes were seeing. This was Odell. Odell, who'd been his partner for 15 years, who'd taught him how to use the new digital alignment systems when the plant upgraded, who brought in homemade cornbread for the break room on holidays. Odell, who'd just had a grandson of his own last month and carried pictures in his wallet. But this thing crouched over Patricia's convulsing body wasn't Odell. Not anymore. It raised its head, blood coating its mouth and chin, and its eyes fixed on Jasper. There was nothing in that gaze, no recognition, no humanity, just hunger. Jasper's hand moved without conscious thought, dropping to his tool belt, fingers closing around the handle of his rivet gun. The tool was heavy, solid, pneumatic hose trailing back to the compressor connection at the wall. It wasn't a weapon. It was a precision instrument for driving aerospace-grade fasteners through hardened aluminum. But when the thing that had been Odell stood and lunged at him, Jasper raised the gun and pulled the trigger. The rivet punched through Odell's left eye with a sound like a hammer hitting meat. The head snapped back and the body crumpled instantly, dropping like a puppet with cut strings. Jasper stood there, rivet gun still raised, unable to move, unable to process what he'd just done. On the floor at his feet, Odell lay motionless, a steel rivet protruding from his eye socket, blood pooling beneath his head. And 3 feet away, Patricia was still, her throat torn open, her eyes staring at nothing. The plant had erupted into chaos. Someone was screaming, a continuous high-pitched sound. An alarm was blaring. Someone must have pulled the fire alarm or the emergency stop. Workers were running in every direction, some heading for the exits, others frozen in place. And near the far end of the line, Jasper could see another worker on the ground, convulsing just like Odell had. Then another, and another. It was spreading. Jasper's breath came in short gasps, his heart hammering so hard he could feel it in his throat. His hands were shaking now, the rivet gun trembling in his grip. He looked down at Odell's body, at what had been Odell's body, and felt his gorge rise. He'd known this man, had worked beside him almost every day for 15 years, had attended his son's wedding, had helped him move furniture when he bought his house, had stood beside him at the funeral when Odell's wife passed 3 years ago, and now he'd killed him, put a rivet through his brain like he was securing a bulkhead panel. Except it wasn't Odell anymore when you killed it. A voice in his head insisted. Whatever that was, it wasn't him. Another scream, closer now. Jasper forced himself to move, to think. He disconnected the rivet gun from its air hose. No power now, just dead weight, and dropped it. His hand found the cordless drill on his belt instead, a DeWalt with a lithium battery pack. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. He looked around, trying to orient himself in the chaos. The main exits were on the east and west ends of the building, large rolling doors meant for bringing materials in and finished sections out. But between him and those doors were hundreds of yards of assembly line, workstations, equipment, and an unknown number of infected workers. Because that's what this was, Jasper realized with cold certainty. Infection. Like the news had been warning about. The incident at Wichita State hadn't been contained at all. It was here, in the plant, spreading through the workforce like fire through dry brush. A man stumbled past him, younger guy from the paint section, his face sheet white. "They're everywhere," he was babbling. "They're fucking everywhere, they're—" He stopped mid-sentence, doubling over, hands clutching his head. Jasper saw the tremor start in his shoulders, spreading through his whole body. "No," Jasper said, backing away. "No, not you too." But the man was already convulsing, already falling, and Jasper didn't wait to see what happened next. He ran. The plant floor was a nightmare of machinery and infected. Workers who'd been normal minutes ago were now attacking anyone within reach, moving with that same terrible jerky speed that Odell had shown. And more were collapsing by the second, the infection spreading faster than anyone could track. Jasper weaved between workstations, his boots slipping in pools of blood and spilled coolant. The industrial landscape that had been his second home for 3 decades was now a maze of death. A woman from inspection lunged at him from behind a hydraulic press, her mouth bloody, and he barely dodged, slamming into a tool cart hard enough to send wrenches and measuring instruments scattering across the concrete. He grabbed a long pry bar from the spilled tools, solid steel, maybe 3 feet long, and kept moving. The drill was still in his other hand, but he wasn't sure it would do much good. The pry bar, though, that had reach and weight. Near the quality control station, 3 of them were hunched over something on the floor, tearing at it with their hands and teeth. Jasper didn't look too closely, didn't want to see. He skirted wide around them, heading for the west exit. But when he got close, he found the path blocked. A knot of panicked workers had piled up at the door, fighting to get out, and infected were coming at them from behind. It was a slaughter. People were screaming, shoving, trampling each other in their desperation to escape, and the infected were pulling them down, biting, spreading the contagion with every attack. Jasper stopped, heart sinking. The east exit would be the same, maybe worse. He needed another way out. The maintenance access. The thought came suddenly, clearly. There were smaller doors throughout the plant, service entrances for maintenance crews and equipment deliveries. Most workers didn't use them, didn't even think about them. But Jasper had been here long enough to know every corner of this place. The nearest maintenance access was on the north wall, near the parts storage area. He changed direction, forcing himself to move steadily rather than run flat out. Running drew attention. He'd already seen that. The infected responded to movement, to sound. They might not be able to reason, but they could track prey with terrifying efficiency. He passed through the sheet metal section where massive shears sat silent and abandoned. A worker's lunch was still sitting on a workbench, sandwich half-eaten. Coffee in a mug that said, "World's Best Dad." The ordinariness of it was somehow worse than the blood. A sound behind him made Jasper turn. One of them was following, 50 feet back, moving in that disturbing stumble run that covered ground faster than it looked like it should. It had been a supervisor, judging by the clipboard still hanging from a lanyard around its neck, and half its face was covered in blood. Jasper tightened his grip on the pry bar and kept walking, not running, watching the thing over his shoulder. It was closing the distance, driven by whatever hunger animated it. 30 feet. 20. At 15 feet, Jasper stopped and set his stance, pry bar raised. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but he knew better. If he ran, he'd just tire himself out, and eventually his lungs would give out before the infected did. Better to deal with it now, while he had the advantage of weapon and preparation. The infected didn't slow, didn't hesitate. It came straight at him, arms reaching, mouth open. Jasper swung the pry bar in a wide arc, catching it in the side of the head with every ounce of strength his aging shoulders could muster. The impact jarred up through his arms, and the infected went down in a sprawl. But it was already trying to get up, undeterred by the blow that should have shattered its skull. Jasper hit it again and again, bringing the bar down in overhead strikes until the skull finally caved and the body stopped moving. He stood there breathing hard, arms trembling, looking at what he'd done. This thing had been someone too. Had a name, a family, a life. Now it was just meat on the floor, and Jasper had been the one to make it that way. No time for that, he told himself. Keep moving. The parts storage area was ahead, rows of metal shelving holding components and materials. It was darker here, fewer lights, and shadows pooled in the aisles between shelves. Jasper moved carefully, pry bar ready, listening for any sound that didn't belong. The maintenance door was right where he remembered it, gray metal with a push bar, an emergency exit sign glowing red above it. No crowd of panicked workers, no infected blocking the way, just a door and a chance. He hit the push bar, and the door swung open into daylight and fresh air that tasted like freedom. The employee parking lot spread before him, rows of cars and trucks sitting abandoned. The sky was overcast, clouds the color of old concrete, and the wind carried the smell of smoke from somewhere. Distant sirens wailed, multiple tones overlapping, and from inside the plant behind him came the sounds of screaming and dying. Jasper let the door close and stood there for a moment, trying to gather himself, trying to think. His truck was parked in the third row, a red Ford F-150 he'd owned for 8 years. The keys were in his pocket. He could get in, drive away, leave this nightmare behind. But where would he go? Home, to his empty apartment? Or east, to the duplex where his daughter and grandchildren were waiting? The answer was obvious. Had always been obvious. He was 63 years old, his body hurt more days than not, and he was tired deep in his bones in ways that had nothing to do with the morning's horrors. But his daughter was all he had left after his wife's death 5 years ago, and his grandchildren were the future, the reason to keep going. He had to get to them. Jasper pulled out his phone, hands still shaking, and tried to call. The line rang twice, then went to voicemail. His daughter's voice, cheerful and professional. "You've reached Meredith. I can't take your call right now, but..." He hung up, tried again. Same result, tried the house number, nothing. "Don't panic," he told himself. "She's at work. Kids are at school. Phone lines are probably jammed." But his gut said otherwise. His gut said things were going wrong everywhere, not just at the plant, and his family was somewhere in the middle of it. He started walking toward his truck, scanning the parking lot for threats. Several other workers had made it out and were running for their vehicles. Some were already pulling out, tires squealing on asphalt. No one was stopping to help anyone else. Everyone understood instinctively that this was survival, pure and simple. A woman burst out of a different exit, stumbled, and went down hard on the pavement. Before she could get up, 2 infected came out behind her. They fell on her like dogs on a bone, and her screams cut through the afternoon air. Jasper looked away, kept walking. His truck was 30 yards away, 20, 10. He reached it, fumbled with the keys, got the door open. The cab smelled like him, old coffee, dust, the vinyl seats baking in the sun. He'd hung an air freshener from the rearview mirror that his granddaughter had picked out, shaped like a cartoon character he didn't recognize. The smell of synthetic pine mixed with all the other scents. He started the engine, the familiar diesel rumble reassuring in its normality. His lunchbox was on the passenger seat, the Little League schedule still inside. Saturday's game suddenly seemed like it belonged to a different lifetime, but it had only been this morning when he'd looked at it, when the biggest concern in his world was making sure he didn't miss watching his grandson play shortstop. The radio was on, tuned to his usual talk station, but the programming had been interrupted. An emergency broadcast warning, the tone harsh and mechanical. This is not a test. Residents of Sedgwick County are advised to shelter in place immediately. Do not attempt to travel unless absolutely necessary. Lock all doors and windows. Avoid contact with anyone displaying signs of illness. Further instructions will follow. The broadcast repeated, the same words cycling over and over. Jasper put the truck in gear and pulled out of the parking spot. The main exit from the plant lot led onto West Street, which would take him south to Kellogg Avenue, the major east-west route through Wichita. From there, it was maybe 6 miles to his daughter's neighborhood on the east side. 6 miles that might as well be 6,000, given what was happening. But he had to try. What else was there? The street was chaos. Cars were everywhere, some moving, some abandoned, some crashed into light poles or into each other. People were running on the sidewalks, and some of them were clearly infected, chasing the ones who weren't. Jasper saw a man tackle a woman on a lawn in front of a small house, saw the spray of blood, and he pressed harder on the gas. Traffic was backing up ahead where West Street intersected with Kellogg. The light was green, but no one was moving. Cars were gridlocked, horns blaring, people shouting from open windows. Jasper could see why. A semi-truck had jackknifed across the intersection, blocking both eastbound lanes. He stopped, assessing his options. The westbound lanes were just as packed. The sidewalks were full of fleeing people and infected, and more infected were coming, drawn by the noise and the concentration of prey. Jasper made a decision. He cranked the wheel hard left, jumped the curb, and drove across the corner gas station's lot. His truck bounced over the concrete barriers meant to direct traffic, scraped against a trash can, and emerged onto Kellogg, heading east on the wrong side of the median. Other drivers had the same idea. The westbound lanes were filling with eastbound vehicles, everyone trying to get around the blockage. It was working, barely, until 2 cars going too fast clipped each other and spun out, creating a new obstacle. Jasper swerved around them, his truck's big frame and ground clearance an advantage now. He could go where smaller sedans couldn't, but the advantage was limited. The truck was also older, without the power and handling of modern vehicles, and it drank fuel like water. The gas gauge showed 3/4 full. That should be enough, had to be enough. Kellogg Avenue stretched ahead, the commercial sprawl of Wichita spreading on either side. Fast food restaurants, strip malls, auto parts stores, all of them looking abandoned or under siege. Jasper saw a McDonald's with its windows smashed, people inside fighting. Saw a pharmacy with infected pounding on the doors while survivors tried to barricade from inside. Saw a city bus stopped in the middle of the road, its doors hanging open, blood smeared on the windows. The afternoon was wearing on, the overcast sky making everything darker than it should be. Smoke rose from multiple points across the city, fires burning unchecked. The sirens that had been constant were starting to fade, either because emergency services were overwhelmed or because there was no one left to respond. Jasper's phone rang sudden and shrill in the truck's cab. He nearly dropped it, grabbing for it, hope surging. "Meredith? Dad?" His daughter's voice was tight with fear. "Dad, where are you?" "On Kellogg, trying to get to you. Are you okay? Are the kids okay? We're at the house." "Dad, something's happening. Something's really wrong. There are people outside, and they're attacking each other. I've got the doors locked, but..." A crash came through the phone, and his daughter screamed. "Meredith!" Jasper shouted. "Meredith, what's happening?" "They're trying to get in." Her voice was ragged with terror. "They're breaking the windows! Oh God, Dad!" The line went dead. Jasper's hand clenched around the phone so hard he thought the screen might crack. His daughter, his grandchildren. 6 miles away, and he wasn't there. He floored the accelerator. The truck surged forward, engine roaring. He was doing 60 on Kellogg, weaving between abandoned cars and debris. Another intersection, this one mostly clear, and he blew through the red light without slowing. A car emerged from a side street, and he clipped its rear bumper, sending it spinning. But he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The landscape was changing. The commercial strip was giving way to residential neighborhoods, houses and apartments, trees lining the streets. This should have been the safer part of town, the quiet family areas where people barbecued on weekends and kids rode bikes in the driveways. But it wasn't safe. It wasn't safe anywhere. Infected were everywhere, in yards, in the streets, following the living by sight and sound. Jasper saw a man barricaded on top of a minivan in a driveway, surrounded by a dozen infected trying to climb up after him. Saw a woman dragging a child by the hand, running, while infected gave chase. Saw a house on fire, flames pouring from the windows and bodies scattered on the lawn. His daughter's neighborhood was still 3 miles ahead, 3 miles through hell. The truck's engine was running hot, temperature gauge creeping toward the red. He'd been pushing it too hard, but there was no choice. He couldn't slow down. Every second mattered. 2 miles. A residential street, houses close together. Some had been fortified, windows boarded up, doors barricaded. Others stood open, violated, blood visible on porches and in doorways. The neighborhood was a patchwork of survival and death. No pattern to it, no way to know which houses held life and which held only corpses and infected. 1 mile. The truck was starting to shudder, something wrong in the engine or the transmission. The temperature gauge was solidly in the red now, and he could smell hot metal and burning coolant. But his daughter's street was just ahead. Oak Ridge Drive, a cul-de-sac with a dozen houses, hers the 4th on the left. He made the turn too fast, tires screaming, and almost immediately had to slam on the brakes. The street was blocked, not by cars this time, but by infected. Dozens of them, maybe more, all concentrated in front of his daughter's house. They were pounding on the doors, on the walls, climbing on the fence, driven into a frenzy by the presence of prey inside. Jasper's heart stopped. His daughter's house, a small blue duplex with white trim and a chain-link fence around the tiny yard, was under siege. The windows were intact, he could see that much, but the infected were relentless. They would get in eventually. It was only a matter of time. He laid on the horn, the truck's deep blast cutting through the afternoon. Heads turned, dozens of pairs of eyes, dead and hungry, fixed on him. Good, he thought. Come get me. Leave them alone and come get me. And they did. The infected abandoned the house and started toward the truck, moving in that terrible coordinated stumble that ate up ground faster than it should. Jasper put the truck in reverse, backing up, trying to draw them away, but there were too many. They surrounded the truck, hands slapping at the windows, grabbing at the door handles, rocking the vehicle with their combined weight. One climbed onto the hood, a woman in a business suit, her face a mask of blood. She threw herself against the windshield, cracking it. Jasper couldn't drive forward without running over infected. Not that he cared about that, but the truck couldn't push through that many bodies. And if he tried to run, they'd chase him, but they'd also go back to the house once he was out of sight. He looked at his daughter's house, 50 yards away. The front door was holding, but he could see movement inside, shadows behind the curtains. His daughter, his grandchildren, his whole reason for being alive. He could make it. If he ran, if he fought, if he gave everything he had left, he could reach them. Jasper turned off the engine and grabbed his pry bar from the passenger side floor. The lunchbox was still on the seat, and on impulse he grabbed it too, shoved it inside his jacket. The Little League schedule was in there, and if nothing else, he wanted his grandson to know that Grandpa had been trying to get to him. Then he kicked open the door. The infected woman on the hood slid off as the door swung wide, and Jasper lunged out, pry bar swinging. He caught the nearest infected in the temple, bone crunching, and it dropped. Another came from the left, and he turned, driving the pointed end of the pry bar into its eye socket. It stuck for a moment, and he had to wrench it free, precious seconds lost. He ran. The street was only 150 feet long, but it was packed with infected. They came at him from all sides, hands grabbing, teeth snapping. Jasper swung the pry bar in wide arcs, keeping them back, but there were too many. One caught his sleeve, and he felt teeth scrape his forearm, pain sharp and immediate. He tore free, kept running. 40 yards to the house, 30. He could see the front door clearly now, see the brass numbers his daughter had mounted when she first moved in. The windows were holding, but barely. The infected had cracked several, and the curtains were torn. 20 yards. Something hit him from behind, weight slamming into his shoulders. He went down hard on the asphalt, the pry bar skittering from his grip. Hands were on him, pulling at him, and he rolled, fighting, his old body screaming in protest. He got his arm up in time to block the teeth aiming for his throat, taking the bite on his forearm instead. Pain exploded, white-hot, and he felt the infected's teeth grind against bone. He punched it in the face with his other hand, again and again, until it let go. Get up. Have to get up. He found the pry bar, got to his knees, then his feet. Blood was running down his arm, hot and slick, soaking into his shirt. The bite was bad, he could tell that much. Deep. The kind of wound that needed a hospital, stitches, antibiotics. But there were no hospitals anymore. No help coming. There was only this street, this moment, and the house 10 yards away. Jasper staggered forward, the infected closing in. His vision was starting to blur at the edges, whether from blood loss or shock or the infection taking hold. He didn't know. It didn't matter. 10 yards. 5. He reached the chain-link fence around his daughter's yard and tried to climb it. His arms wouldn't work right. The injured one especially, barely responding to his commands. He got one leg over, straddling the fence, when infected hands grabbed his other leg and pulled. He fell, landing on the far side of the fence but losing the pry bar in the process. It clattered away into the grass, out of reach. The infected were climbing the fence behind him, crawling over each other in their hunger. Jasper crawled toward the front door, his body failing him. Every movement was agony. His vision was tunneling now, the world narrowing to just the door, just those brass numbers, 4127. He reached it, pulled himself upright against the frame, and pounded on the wood with his good hand. Meredith! His voice was weak, barely more than a croak. Meredith, it's me. No response. Or maybe there was, and he couldn't hear it over the sound of the infected behind him, over the pounding of his own heart, over the roar of blood in his ears. He pounded again, weaker this time. His legs were giving out. He slid down the door to his knees, his bloody hand leaving a smear on the white paint. The infected reached him then. He felt hands on his shoulders, his back, pulling him away from the door. He tried to fight but had nothing left. His body was done, systems shutting down, the infection or the blood loss, or both finally claiming him. As they dragged him backward into the yard, Jasper's last thought was of the lunchbox still tucked inside his jacket. The little league schedule inside it, Saturday's game circled in his daughter's handwriting, the time and field number carefully noted. He'd promised to be there, promised to watch his grandson play, promised ice cream afterward. He wouldn't make it to that game, wouldn't keep that promise. But maybe somehow the boy would know he'd tried, would know that Grandpa had fought through a dying city to reach him, had given everything to try to keep him safe. The world was going dark now, sounds fading, pain receding into numb distance. Jasper felt the teeth sink in but didn't have the strength to resist. His eyes found the sky one last time, that gray, overcast ceiling that had hung over Wichita all day, and then even that was gone. The street grew quiet as the infected fed, their hunger temporarily sated. Inside the house, behind locked doors and windows that would hold for a few more hours, Jasper's daughter held her children close and prayed for a rescue that would never come. She'd heard her father's voice at the door, had wanted desperately to open it, but through the curtains she'd seen the infected, seen what they were doing to someone on the porch, and she couldn't bring herself to look closely enough to confirm what she already knew in her heart. Somewhere in the ruin of what had been Wichita's aircraft manufacturing center, the assembly line sat silent, bulkheads half installed, tools scattered where workers had dropped them. The precision machinery that had built commercial aircraft for 3 decades would never run again. The schedules and quotas and quality standards that had governed Jasper's working life for so long were meaningless now, artifacts of a world that had ended in a single afternoon. On Oak Ridge Drive, as the gray afternoon darkened toward evening, the infected began to disperse, drawn by new sounds, new prey. Jasper's body lay motionless in the small yard, his blue work shirt stained dark with blood, his gray hair stirring slightly in the wind that carried the smell of smoke from burning neighborhoods across the city. His truck sat abandoned on the street, driver's door still hanging open, keys in the ignition. Inside the cab, the radio continued its emergency broadcast loop, though no one was listening anymore. The cartoon air freshener swayed gently from the rearview mirror, and in his jacket pocket, protected by his body even in death, the lunchbox remained intact. The sandwich his daughter had made was crushed, the pretzels reduced to crumbs, the apple bruised. But the Little League schedule was still there, folded carefully, Saturday's game circled with a blue ballpoint pen, his grandson's name, written in a child's careful block letters at the top, still legible. The schedule had survived, the promise hadn't. The night came slowly to Wichita, smoke obscuring what few stars might have shone through the clouds. The fires burned unchecked, spreading from block to block, and the infected wandered the streets in growing numbers as more people succumbed to the disease that had escaped the research facility at Wichita State. Emergency broadcasts continued on radio and television until the power grid failed, plunging most of the city into darkness. Then even those voices fell silent. Jasper had worked the assembly line for 32 years, 5 months, and 16 days. He'd raised a daughter, buried a wife, welcomed grandchildren. He'd known the weight of a rivet gun, the satisfaction of a bulkhead installed within perfect tolerances, the ache in his shoulders at the end of a long shift. He'd known what it meant to keep showing up, day after day, doing the work because the work needed doing, and because it put food on the table, and because it was what you did. He'd died trying to protect his family, which was what any decent person would do, and in the end, that decency hadn't been enough. The infection didn't care about love or duty, or the promises made to 9-year-old boys about Saturday baseball games. It didn't care that Jasper had fought through a plant full of infected coworkers, had killed men he'd known for decades, had driven through city streets that had become a vision of hell. It didn't care that he'd made it within yards of his goal before his body failed. The infection cared only about spreading, about teeth-finding flesh, about the endless hunger that drove the dead to consume the living. And in that simple, terrible imperative, it was unstoppable. By morning, most of Wichita was silent. The screaming had stopped. The sirens had died. The living had gone into hiding, barricaded in basements and attics, and anywhere else they thought might keep them safe for one more day. The infected roamed freely, an army of the dead in a city of the dead, and among them walked what had been Jasper, his broken body animated by the same hunger that had taken Odell on the plant floor, that had claimed Patricia the medic, that had swept through the workforce like a scythe through wheat. The thing that wore Jasper's face wandered Oak Ridge Drive as the sun rose on a new day, one where the old rules no longer applied and the old promises couldn't be kept. It moved with the others, drawn by sounds and movements it couldn't comprehend, driven by impulses it couldn't resist. The blue work shirt was still on its back, torn and blood-stained. The lunchbox was gone, fallen somewhere during the transformation, its contents scattered and meaningless now. Inside the blue duplex with white trim, Jasper's daughter heard the infected moving outside and pulled her children closer. Her son, 9 years old, shortstop for the Wildcats, asked in a small voice when Grandpa was coming, when they could leave, when things would go back to normal. She didn't have answers, didn't know if her father was alive or dead, didn't know if they would survive another day, didn't know if normal was a place that existed anymore. She held them and told them it would be okay, because that's what you did, that's what parents did even when the world was ending. You held on and you lied, and you hoped that somehow, impossibly, you were telling the truth. The sun rose higher, burning off the morning fog, revealing the full extent of the disaster. Wichita burned. The aircraft plant sat empty, its massive assembly floor now a tomb. Streets were clogged with abandoned vehicles and bodies. The hospitals were overrun. The police stations were silent. The schools were death traps. Every institution that had held society together had collapsed in less than 24 hours. And what remained was a city of the dead, hunting the few survivors who hadn't yet succumbed. The thing that had been Jasper wandered past its truck, past the house where its daughter hid, past all the places that had meant something in its previous life. But those meanings were gone now, burned away by the fever and the transformation, leaving only the hunger and the endless, mindless search for prey. This was how the world ended, not with dramatic last stands or heroic sacrifices, but with ordinary people trying desperately to reach the ones they loved and falling just short, with promises broken and schedules left unfulfilled, with the small, everyday details of life, sandwiches and work shifts and little league games, rendered meaningless in the face of an infection that turned human beings into feeding machines. Jasper had been a good man. He'd shown up, done his work, taken care of his family. He'd been a skilled assembly worker who knew the precise torque needed for aerospace fasteners, who could read tolerances to a millimeter, who understood load distribution and structural integrity. He'd been a father who made time for his daughter despite the long shifts, who'd been there when her marriage fell apart, who'd helped raise her children when she needed support. And in the end, none of it had mattered. The skills hadn't saved him. The love hadn't protected him. The determination to reach his family had fallen short by a dozen yards and a few crucial seconds. He'd died on Kellogg Avenue in the yard of his daughter's house, close enough to hear her voice through the door, but too far gone to save. The infection spread across Wichita through the following days, claiming the last pockets of survivors one by one. Some fought, some hid, some gave up and walked out into the streets to meet their fate. The city that had been home to 300,000 living souls became a necropolis, its population now measured in the countless infected that roamed its neighborhoods and commercial districts. The aircraft plant would never build another plane. The hospitals would never treat another patient. The schools would never teach another child. The careful infrastructure of modern civilization had been revealed as desperately fragile, dependent on every part functioning correctly. And when those parts failed, when workers became infected, when first responders couldn't respond, when the power grid went dark, everything collapsed. Jasper's daughter lasted 4 more days before the infected finally broke through the fortifications she'd built. She'd done everything she could, had used every moment to try to save her children, had blocked windows with furniture and rationed food and water with desperate precision. But eventually the infected broke through, drawn by sounds or smells or simple persistence, and then it was over. The children had hidden in a closet when it happened, just as their mother had instructed them. They heard everything, heard her screaming, heard the terrible sounds of the infected feeding, heard the silence that followed. The boy, 9 years old, held his younger sister and tried to remember what his grandfather had told him about being brave, about protecting the people you loved. But he was 9 years old and small and terrified, and bravery was just a word adults used when they needed you to do something impossible. They lasted another 2 days in that closet before hunger and thirst forced them out. What happened after that was inevitable, foreordained by the arithmetic of the outbreak and the biology of the infection. 2 more casualties in a city of casualties, 2 more small tragedies in an ocean of tragedy. The Little League schedule was never found. It remained in the lunchbox in the yard, gradually decaying under sun and rain, the ink fading, the paper dissolving. Saturday's game was never played. The Wildcats never took the field again. The Northeast baseball complex sat empty, grass growing long around the bases, fences rusting, the scoreboard dark. This was what remained: empty buildings and silent streets, infected wandering through the ruins of their former lives, and the slow, patient work of decay, reclaiming everything humanity had built. Wichita joined the growing list of cities that had fallen to the outbreak, and the infection continued spreading, carried by the wind and by travelers who didn't yet know they were sick, by accident and by the inevitable mathematics of exponential growth. Jasper had been one man, trying to save one family in one city, on one afternoon when the world started ending. His story was not unique. Across Wichita, across Kansas, across the country, millions of similar stories were playing out. Ordinary people trying desperately to protect the ones they loved, fighting with whatever tools they had, falling short by yards or minutes, or pure bad luck. The assembly line where he'd worked for 32 years would rust slowly in the years to come, bulkheads half installed, tools scattered where they'd been dropped. The precision machinery would seize up from lack of maintenance. The building would eventually collapse, steel beams buckling, roof caving in, concrete cracking. But that would take time, years or decades, and by then there would be no one left to remember what the plant had been, what it had built, what it had meant to the thousands of workers who'd spent their lives there. Jasper's truck would sit on Oak Ridge Drive until its tires rotted and its frame rusted through. The cartoon air freshener would fade to nothing. The emergency broadcast that played on its radio would fall silent when the truck's battery finally died, and then even that last voice of the old world would be gone. The thing that wore Jasper's face would wander Wichita for months, perhaps years, its body slowly decaying, falling apart by degrees, until finally some critical system failed and it collapsed for the last time. Whether anything of Jasper remained in that shambling corpse, some fragment of memory, some ghost of the man he'd been, was unknowable. The infected showed no signs of recognition, no evidence of their former selves. They were hunger and movement and nothing more. But sometimes in the months after the outbreak, the thing that had been Jasper would return to Oak Ridge Drive, to the small blue duplex with white trim. It would stand in the yard where Jasper had died, moving with the restless aimlessness of the infected, and if there was anything left of the man in there, perhaps it remembered. Perhaps some deep animal part of its brain recalled that this place had been important, that it had been trying to reach something here, that there had been a reason for the desperate journey across a dying city, or perhaps there was nothing. Perhaps Jasper was simply gone, and what remained was just animated meat, no more meaningful than the rivet gun he'd dropped on the plant floor or the pry bar that had fallen from his grip in that final fight. Perhaps death really was the end, and the infection just a cruel joke that made corpses walk. Either way, the outcome was the same. The family Jasper had tried so hard to save was dead. The city he'd called home was dead. The world he'd known, where you showed up for work and did your job and went home to the people you loved, was dead. Everything he'd fought for, everything he'd believed in, had been swept away in a tide of infection that couldn't be reasoned with, or appealed to, or stopped. This was the truth of the outbreak, the hard kernel of reality at the center of every survival story. Most people didn't survive. Most people died trying, died fighting, died just a few steps short of safety. The heroes were rare. The lucky ones were rarer still. For the vast majority, there were only last stands that failed, desperate runs that fell short, and promises that would never be kept. Jasper had promised his grandson he'd be at Saturday's game, had promised to watch from the bleachers, had promised ice cream afterward if they won, had carried that promise in his lunchbox, written in his daughter's careful handwriting, circled in blue ballpoint pen, had died with it pressed against his chest. One more unfulfilled obligation in a world that no longer cared about obligations. The boy who'd played shortstop for the Wildcats, who'd practiced his throws until dark, who'd slept with his glove on the nightstand, would never play again, would never know that his grandfather had tried to reach him, had fought through hell itself to get to that blue duplex on Oak Ridge Drive, would never know how close Jasper had come, how desperately he'd wanted to keep his promise. That knowledge died with Jasper in the yard, was lost in the transformation that turned him from a man into a thing. The boy died without ever knowing, and perhaps that was a mercy. Perhaps it was better not to know how close salvation had been, how narrow the margin between survival and death. The sun set on another day in the dead city of Wichita, and the infected walked its streets under a sky obscured by smoke from fires that would burn for weeks. In the massive aircraft plant, shadows pooled around silent machinery. On Oak Ridge Drive, a lunchbox slowly decomposed in the grass of a small yard, its contents returning to the earth. And somewhere in the ruins, the thing that had been Jasper wandered without purpose or destination, driven by hungers it couldn't satisfy, and seeking something it would never find. This was what remained. This was what survival meant. This was the cost of an infection that turned the living into the dead, the human into the inhuman, the father into the monster. This was the world that emerged when the careful structures of civilization collapsed, when the promises we make to each other became impossible to keep, when love and duty and determination weren't enough to hold back the tide. Jasper had been 63 years old, an assembly worker at a Wichita aircraft plant, a father and grandfather who'd worked the same line for 32 years. He'd known how to install a bulkhead, how to read a torque specification, how to operate a rivet gun with precision. He'd known the weight of responsibility, the satisfaction of work done right, the love of family. And none of it had saved him. None of it had mattered in the end. He'd died like so many others, trying and failing, fighting and falling, reaching and falling just short. His story was one tragedy among millions, one broken promise in an ocean of broken promises, one more good man who'd done everything right and still lost everything. The world ground on without him, indifferent to his passing. The infection spread, cities fell, survivors huddled in ever-shrinking pockets of safety. And in Wichita, in a small yard on Oak Ridge Drive, the grass grew over the place where Jasper had fallen, gradually erasing the evidence that he'd been there at all. This was the end of Jasper's story, but not the end of the outbreak. That would continue for years, spreading across continents, claiming billions, reducing human civilization to scattered remnants hiding in the ruins of what they'd built. The assembly lines would all fall silent eventually, the schedules would all go unfulfilled, the promises would all be broken. And in the quiet that followed, in the years after the last human voice fell silent, the infected would walk the empty streets of dead cities, seeking prey that no longer existed, driven by hungers that could never be satisfied. They would walk until their bodies finally decayed beyond the point of function, until joints seized and muscles rotted, and the last spark of animation fled. They would walk until the world was silent and still, until even the memory of what humanity had been was lost. Jasper walked with them, what remained of him, his blue work shirt in tatters, his body slowly falling apart. He walked past his truck and his daughter's house and the plant where he'd spent his working life. He walked through the city he'd called home, past landmarks that had meant something once but were just buildings now, just shapes in the landscape. And somewhere, buried in the grass, a little league schedule continued its slow dissolution, ink bleeding into pulp, paper returning to earth. Saturday's game, circled in blue, a boy's name in careful block letters, a promise that would never be kept. This was what the infection left behind: empty promises, broken families, and the walking dead. This was the cost of the outbreak, measured not in numbers, but in individual tragedies, in personal losses, in the gap between what people hoped for and what they got. Jasper had hoped to save his family, had hoped to see his grandson play baseball on Saturday, had hoped to grow old watching his grandchildren grow, to be there for their triumphs and their struggles, to pass on whatever wisdom he'd accumulated in 63 years of living, had hoped, at the very least, to die with dignity when his time came, surrounded by loved ones, his life's work complete. Instead, he died in terror and pain, his body torn apart by the infected, his final moments spent in desperate violence. He died knowing he'd failed, knowing his family was trapped and he couldn't save them. He died and then risen again as the very thing he'd been fighting, joining the horde that had killed him, adding one more set of teeth to the infection's army. There was no dignity in it, no meaning, no redemption, just one more casualty in an outbreak that didn't care about meaning or redemption or dignity. Just one more ordinary man who'd tried his best and discovered that his best wasn't enough. The world was full of such men now, such women, such children, full of people who'd done everything they could think of and still died, full of broken promises and unfulfilled dreams and love that hadn't been strong enough to overcome the simple biological reality of the infection, full of walking corpses that had been people once, with jobs and families and schedules and hopes. Jasper had been one of them. Was one of them still, in a sense, though the man was gone and only the corpse remained. He'd been real, had lived a real life, had mattered to the people who knew him. And now he was gone, erased by an infection that had turned him into just another shambling threat in a city of threats. This was the tragedy at the heart of every outbreak story. The loss of the individual, the reduction of human beings to statistics, the way death on a massive scale made each individual death seem smaller, less significant. But each death was significant. Each person who fell had been someone, had meant something to someone else. Each broken promise was a small tragedy. Each unfulfilled dream was a loss. Jasper's death mattered. His daughter's death mattered. His grandchildren's deaths mattered. The fact that they'd died trying, that they'd fought and struggled and hoped, mattered. The fact that Jasper had come so close, had made it to within yards of his goal before falling, mattered. But the outbreak didn't care. The infection didn't care. The city of Wichita, burning and dying, didn't care. And in the end, that indifference was worse than any active malice. At least malice acknowledged you existed. Indifference just ground you under and moved on, no more concerned with your passing than with the passing of any other obstacle in its path. This was what Jasper had learned in his final moments, what every victim of the outbreak learned eventually. The universe was indifferent, survival was mostly luck, and love couldn't stop an infection. These were hard truths, bitter truths, truths that most people spent their lives avoiding. But in the end, everyone learned them, because the outbreak was a patient teacher and its curriculum was mandatory. Jasper had been a good student. He'd learned quickly, adapted fast, used his skills and his knowledge to survive longer than many. But in the end, even good students failed when the test was impossible. Even the skilled and the knowledgeable and the determined fell when the odds were stacked too high. He'd given everything he had fought with tools and improvised weapons, had driven through chaos, had refused to quit even when his body was failing, had died within sight of his goal, still trying, still fighting. If determination and courage were enough, he would have made it. But they weren't enough. They were never enough. This was the lesson of the outbreak, taught in blood and death across every city it touched. Humanity was fragile, civilization was temporary, and in the end, we all died alone, no matter how desperately we tried to reach the ones we loved. Jasper had learned this lesson on Oak Ridge Drive, in the small yard of a blue duplex with white trim, surrounded by the infected and dying by inches. Had learned it too late to save anyone, including himself, had learned it and carried it with him into death and beyond, into the shambling half-life of the infected. And now he walked the ruins of Wichita, teaching that same lesson to whatever survivors remained, one bite at a time. This was what the infection did. It turned teachers into students, students into corpses, corpses into teachers again, an endless cycle of violence and transformation, each person falling and rising to pull others down. Jasper had been pulled down, had risen, was pulling others down now, though he didn't know it, couldn't know it, because the knowledge of what he'd been was gone. Only the hunger remained, and the restless movement, and the instinct to chase and bite, and spread the infection further. The man who'd worked the assembly line for 32 years was gone. The father who'd raised a daughter alone after his wife died was gone. The grandfather who'd promised to watch Saturday's baseball game was gone. What remained was something else, something less, something that wore his face and bore his scars but was no longer him in any meaningful sense. This was the final horror of the outbreak. Not just that it killed you, but that it turned you into a weapon against the people you'd tried to save, made you the monster you'd been fighting, took everything you were and inverted it, made it serve the infection's spread. Jasper had died trying to save his family. Now his corpse wandered the streets, hunting for prey, driven by the same infection that had destroyed everything he'd fought for. If there was any awareness left in him, any fragment of the man he'd been, then this was its own kind of hell, forced to do the very thing he'd given his life trying to prevent. But probably there was no awareness. Probably Jasper was just gone, and what walked in his place was nothing but meat and hunger, no more meaningful than a virus or a bacteria. The infection didn't preserve consciousness. It didn't keep the soul alive in a rotting shell. It just animated the corpse and sent it walking. And whatever had made Jasper himself had fled with his last breath. This was the mercy, if there was any mercy in it, that he didn't have to watch what became of his family, didn't have to see them fall the way he had, didn't have to witness the world ending piece by piece, person by person, didn't have to live with the knowledge of his failure. He'd died trying. That had to count for something, even if it hadn't been enough. He'd fought and struggled and refused to quit. And if the outcome was inevitable, at least he'd faced it on his feet, moving toward his family rather than away. At least he'd tried. In the end, that was all anyone could do. Try, fight, refuse to quit even when the situation was hopeless. Hold on to hope and love and duty even when they weren't enough to save you. Live up to the promises you'd made, even knowing you'd probably fail to keep them. Jasper had done that, had lived up to his promises until the very end, until his body failed and the infection claimed him, had carried his grandson's little league schedule to within yards of the house where the boy was hiding. had died with that promise pressed against his chest, unfulfilled but not abandoned. That had to count for something. That had to mean something. Even in a world where most people died trying, where most promises went unfulfilled, where most last stands failed, surely individual effort mattered. Surely the fact that people kept trying, kept fighting, kept refusing to give up meant something. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe meaning was another casualty of the outbreak, another comfortable illusion that couldn't survive contact with the brutal reality of the infection. Maybe Jasper's death was just one more meaningless tragedy in a world full of meaningless tragedies, and trying to find significance in it was just another way of avoiding the truth. The truth was simple. Jasper had worked an assembly line for 32 years, had raised a daughter, had loved his grandchildren, had died during an outbreak that turned Wichita into a necropolis, had failed to save anyone, including himself, had become one of the infected, joining the horde that destroyed everything he'd cared about. That was the story. That was all the story. Everything else, the promises, the determination, the desperate struggle to reach his family, was just detail, just color, just the personal tragedy layered on top of the larger tragedy. In the end, it didn't matter whether he'd tried or quit, fought or fled. The outcome was the same: death and transformation, promise and failure, the slow decay of everything he'd been. This was what remained: a corpse walking the streets of a dead city, searching mindlessly for prey, driven by impulses it didn't understand. This was what Jasper had become. This was what everyone became eventually in the world the outbreak had created. And somewhere in the ruins, forgotten and decaying, a little league schedule returned to the earth, its promise unfulfilled, its hope extinguished. Saturday's game would never be played. The boy who'd practiced his throws until dark would never know his grandfather had died trying to reach him. The ice cream they'd planned to share would never be bought. These small losses, multiplied by millions, were the true cost of the outbreak. Not the cities that fell or the infrastructure that collapsed, but the individual moments of connection that would never happen, the promises that would never be kept, the love that existed but couldn't save anyone. Jasper had loved his family, had tried to save them, had failed. This was his story, and it was the story of millions like him, ordinary people caught in an impossible situation, doing their best, falling short. The world moved on without them, or didn't move on, just stopped and decayed, cities falling silent, forests reclaiming roads, wind howling through empty buildings. And in that silence, the infected walked, seeking something they couldn't name, driven by hungers they couldn't satisfy, until finally their bodies failed, and they collapsed for the last time, and even the infection released them. This was the end. This was what came after the fighting and the dying and the transformation. Not peace, exactly, but a cessation, an ending. The world gradually going still as the last infected fell and the last survivors died, and humanity's brief moment of dominance came to a close. Jasper would be part of that silence eventually. His body would fail, his joints would seize, his muscles would rot away to nothing. He would collapse on some random street in Wichita, in some neighborhood he'd known or never visited, and he would not rise again. The infection would finally release him, and what remained, bones and tattered clothing and the traces of a life, would slowly be reclaimed by the earth. Years or decades from now, someone or something might find those bones, might wonder who they'd belonged to, what story they told, might piece together from the blue work shirt and the worn boots that this had been a working man, someone who'd labored with his hands. But they wouldn't know his name, wouldn't know about the assembly line or the daughter or the grandchildren, wouldn't know about the little league schedule or the promise to watch Saturday's game. All of that would be lost, erased by time and decay, reduced to bones in the ruins of a dead city. Jasper would become anonymous, one more skeleton among millions, his story untold and untellable. This was the final indignity, the last insult of the outbreak. Not just that it killed you, but that it erased you, made you part of the mass of the dead, undifferentiated, forgotten. Took your individual story and buried it in the larger story of the collapse until there was nothing left to mark that you'd been here, that you'd lived and loved and tried and failed. Jasper deserved better. They all deserved better. Every victim of the outbreak, every person who'd fought and fallen, deserved to be remembered, deserved to have their story told, deserved to be more than just another casualty in the statistics of a pandemic. But desire and desert meant nothing in the world the outbreak had created. There was only survival and death, infection and decay. The individual stories were lost in the tide of the larger story, and the larger story was just extinction, played out slowly across years and continents. This was the world now. This was what remained. And in that world, Jasper's story ended not with meaning or redemption or even tragedy, but with simple cessation, a man who'd been, who now wasn't. A promise made and broken, a family lost, a life reduced to bones and forgotten. This was the end. There was nothing more. The world moved on, or stopped moving, and Jasper was gone, truly gone, erased from everything except the physical traces of his body and the infection that still animated it. And soon even those would fade, until there was nothing left at all, no evidence he'd ever existed, no record of his struggle or his love or his failure. Just silence, just empty streets and decaying buildings and grass growing over bones. Just the wind and the slow work of entropy, reclaiming everything humanity had built. This was Jasper's end. This was everyone's end, in the world the outbreak had created. Not a bang but a whimper, not tragedy but erasure, not meaning but void. And in that void, the infected walked until they couldn't walk anymore, and then they fell, and then they were still, and then they were nothing, forgotten and forgetting, lost in the silence that followed the end of everything. Now let's move on to the next story. The overhead fluorescence in the service corridor buzzed with that particular frequency that meant the ballast would need replacing soon. Odell made a mental note, running his finger along the clipboard's checklist as he walked. Third shift maintenance at the Gilded Fortune Casino meant a constant inventory of small failures. Slot machines with jammed coin mechanisms, toilets that ran perpetually, carpet seams coming loose where thousands of feet shuffled daily between the poker tables and the buffet. 32 years old, union card in his wallet, calluses on his palms from pipe wrenches and screwdrivers, Odell understood the casino's infrastructure better than he understood most people. The building breathed around him, its ventilation system a slow mechanical lung, its plumbing a network of arteries he could navigate blindfolded. He checked his phone. 2 texts from his wife. The first asked what time he'd be home. The second was a link to a news article with the caption, "This is crazy." He'd read it later. The casino floor stretched before him as he pushed through the service door. A vast expanse of carpet patterned in gold and burgundy swirls, the air thick with cigarette smoke, and the electronic symphony of 1,000 slot machines. Wednesday night, just past 11. The crowd was typical for midweek. Retirees feeding dollar bills into video poker terminals, a bachelorette party shrieking near the high-limit room, pit bosses watching the blackjack tables with tired eyes. The building never slept, and neither did its problems. "Odell, we got a situation on floor 3. The radio on his belt crackled. Dolores from security. Her voice had that clipped efficiency that came from 20 years of handling drunks and card counters. He pressed the talk button. "What kind of situation?" Toilets overflowing in the men's room near the poker lounge, waters going everywhere. "On it." He detoured to the maintenance closet, grabbed the wet-dry vacuum and his tool belt. The weight of the equipment was familiar, grounding. His wife had asked him once why he didn't try for something better, maybe get into commercial electrical work, make more money. But Odell liked the casino, liked knowing every inch of it, liked solving problems that had clear solutions. A broken pipe didn't lie or change its story. You fixed it or you replaced it. The poker lounge was quieter than the main floor, insulated by walls and distance from the slot machine's digital noise. Half a dozen tables, most empty this late on a weeknight. 2 games still running, one with serious players in hoodies and sunglasses, another with tourists who laughed too loud and drank too much. The bathroom door was propped open, and he could hear water still running. He stepped carefully on the wet tile. Someone had used an entire roll of paper towels trying to stem the flood, creating a soggy papier-mâché dam that had failed spectacularly. The toilet was easy, flapper valve stuck open. He shut off the water supply, replaced the flapper from his kit, tested it. 5 minutes, start to finish. He vacuumed up the water, mopped, set up a wet floor sign. Routine, muscle memory, the kind of work that let his mind wander. His wife's text. He pulled out his phone while the vacuum finished its cycle, tapped the link. Local news site. Unconfirmed reports of incident at UNR Medical Research Facility. He skimmed it. Vague language about emergency response, campus police, something about a potential biohazard. The university was what, 6 miles east? Probably nothing. Labs had accidents, chemical spills, broken equipment. It happened. Still, something about the phrasing bothered him. Potential biohazard. He clicked through to comments. Mostly jokes and conspiracy theories, but a few claimed to have heard ambulances, seen hazmat teams. Someone said the whole north end of campus was locked down. He checked the timestamp. Article posted 40 minutes ago. His phone buzzed. His wife again. Did you read it? They're saying something got out. People are saying weird stuff on Facebook. He typed back one-handed while coiling the vacuum hose. Probably nothing. Home by 7 tomorrow morning. Love you. The reply came immediately. Be safe. Love you too. Odell finished cleaning, returned the equipment to the closet, marked the repair in his log. The casino's rhythm continued around him, unchanging. An older woman at a Wheel of Fortune machine squealed as bells and lights announced a jackpot. The change attendant hustled over with paperwork. Normal. Wednesday normal. His radio crackled again. Maintenance, we need you at the cage. One of the bill validators is acting up. Copy. He wound through the maze of slot machines toward the cashier's cage, the central fortress where money moved in and out of the casino's ecosystem. The validator repair was simple, paper jam, bill torn in half by the mechanism. He cleared it, tested the feed, moved on. The night stretched ahead in a predictable sequence of small repairs and minor emergencies. His shift ended at 6, then the drive home through dawn light, past the Truckee River, and into Sparks, where his wife would be making coffee, probably already dressed for her own job at the dental office. They'd have maybe 2 hours together before he needed to sleep. His phone buzzed again. Not his wife this time. His cousin who lived near the university. You working tonight? Heard some crazy shit happened at UNR, police everywhere. Stay safe. That was the second person mentioning it. Odell paused near a bank of progressive slots, their linked jackpot counter climbing toward $250,000, and pulled up the news site again. The article had been updated. UNR campus police confirm emergency response to medical research building. Students advised to shelter in place. No additional information available. Shelter in place. That was stronger language than chemical spill. He looked around the casino floor. Nobody seemed concerned. The gamblers fed their machines, the dealers shuffled their cards, the waitresses delivered free drinks to the high rollers. The world outside might be having some kind of emergency, but inside the Gilded Fortune, time moved differently. No windows, no clocks, just the perpetual twilight of controlled lighting and manufactured excitement. Odell, you there? The radio again. Yeah, go ahead. Where are you right now? Main floor, near the Progressive Bank. Need you to swing by the employee entrance. Security camera went dark and Dolores wants it checked before shift change. 10-4. The employee entrance sat at the back of the building, a utilitarian door that opened onto the loading dock and parking lot. The camera perched above it on a mounting bracket Odell had installed himself 3 years ago. He stood beneath it, looking up. The lens pointed in the right direction. The housing looked intact. Probably a loose connection in the junction box. He needed the ladder. He went back to the maintenance area, rolled the A-frame out on squeaking casters. The service corridor was empty, lit by those same humming fluorescents that needed attention. From somewhere deeper in the building came the constant mechanical rumble of the HVAC system, the industrial dishwashers in the buffet kitchen, the ice machines that fed every bar. All of it familiar. All of it under his care. His phone rang, not a text this time. His wife calling. "Hey," he answered, wedging the phone between shoulder and ear as he positioned the ladder. "Have you been watching the news?" Her voice had an edge he didn't like. "Been working." "What's going on?" "They're saying there was an accident at the university, in one of the research labs. They won't say what kind of accident, but they're evacuating the whole North Campus. And there's something on Twitter about people getting sick, like really sick, really fast. It's probably blown out of proportion," Odell said, climbing the ladder. "You know how social media is. The news is showing helicopters, and they closed Virginia Street near the campus. The whole road. That was unusual. Virginia Street was a main artery." He reached the junction box, opened it. The wiring looked intact. "Maybe there's a gas leak or something." "That's not what people are saying. They're saying it's biological, like a virus or bacteria, something that got out of containment." Odell's hands stopped moving. Through the phone he could hear the television in the background, urgent voices speaking in that news anchor cadence. "How bad are they saying it is?" "Bad enough that the hospital emergency room is on lockdown. Bad enough that they're telling people to stay inside. Odell, maybe you should come home." He looked at his watch. Midnight. 6 hours left on his shift. The casino was full of people. If something was really wrong, wouldn't they have heard? Wouldn't there be some kind of official notice? "Let me check with my supervisor," he said. "See what the casino's doing." "Please, I'm worried." "I know. I'll call you back in a few minutes." He finished fixing the camera connection. It had been loose, just as he'd thought, and descended the ladder. The employee entrance was still quiet. Through the small window in the door, he could see the parking lot. Normal. Cars sitting in their spaces. Security lights casting orange pools across the asphalt. Beyond the lot, Reno stretched out in a grid of streetlights and neon. The city he'd lived in his entire life. He wheeled the ladder back to storage and went looking for his supervisor. Michael usually stationed himself in the maintenance office during overnight shifts, a cramped room filled with spare parts and outdated equipment manuals. Odell found him there, feet up on the desk, eating a sandwich while watching something on his phone. "You see the news about UNR?" Odell asked. Michael looked up. He was 50-something, gray stubble, permanent coffee stain on his work shirt. "The lab thing?" "Yeah, I saw it." "What about it?" "My wife says they're evacuating campus, closed Virginia Street." So shouldn't we maybe check with management? See if there's a protocol?" Michael took another bite of his sandwich, chewed slowly. "Protocol for what? Something happening 6 miles away?" "Look around, Odell. Does anything seem different?" It didn't. That was the strange part. The casino hummed along exactly as it always did. "My wife's worried," Odell said. "Your wife's watching too much news. They always make everything sound like the end of the world. Remember that police standoff last month? News acted like it was a terrorist attack. Turned out to be one drunk guy with a BB gun." Michael waved his hand dismissively. "Go do your rounds. If management wants us to do something, they'll tell us." Odell left the office unconvinced. He pulled out his phone again, checked local news. The story had updated twice more. Health officials urge calm following UNR incident. That was the headline now. The article mentioned possible exposure to biological material, an unknown number of individuals receiving medical treatment, ongoing investigation. The comments section had exploded. People claiming to have seen ambulances lined up at renowned hospital. Someone saying their friend who worked hospital security reported patients attacking staff. That had to be exaggeration. He called his wife back. "What did they say?" she asked immediately. "They're not doing anything. Supervisor says it's not our problem." "Odell, I know. But I can't just leave. I'll lose the shift, maybe worse. You know how they are about attendance." He heard her frustration in the silence that followed. They needed this job. Good benefits, union protection, steady hours. Walking out would mean discipline, possibly termination. "Just promise me you'll come straight home when your shift ends," she finally said. "Don't stop anywhere." "I promise. I love you." "Love you too." He pocketed his phone and tried to focus on work. The casino stretched before him in all directions, a maze he knew by heart. He walked his rounds, checking equipment, responding to radio calls. A slot machine on floor 2 had frozen mid-spin. He rebooted it. A hand-washing sink in the employee break room was dripping. He replaced the washer. Routine maintenance, the backbone of the operation. But he couldn't shake the feeling in his gut. Something was wrong, not in the casino, but out there, in the city beyond the walls. He found himself checking his phone more frequently, refreshing the news, scrolling through social media. The reports were getting stranger. A video posted 20 minutes ago showed the emergency room entrance at Renown Regional. The automatic doors were locked and people were pounding on them, shouting to be let in. Security guards stood inside, refusing to open the doors. In the background, someone was screaming. Another post from a different angle. Police cars with lights flashing parked haphazardly around the hospital. An ambulance sat abandoned, doors open, nobody visible inside. The timestamp showed it was current, happening right now, less than 3 miles away. Odell's radio crackled. "All maintenance staff be advised. We have a code yellow in the main lobby. Repeat, code yellow. Code yellow. Medical emergency." He wasn't trained medical, but he knew the protocol. Maintenance staff responded to provide support, crowd control, whatever security and the EMTs needed. He jogged toward the main lobby, weaving between slot machines and gaming tables. Other staff members were converging from different directions. He saw Dolores from security, moving with purpose, one hand on her radio. 2 pit bosses abandoning their stations. A cluster of dealers looking uncertain near the roulette wheels. The lobby opened up before him, high ceiling, massive chandelier, registration desk for the attached hotel on one side. A crowd had gathered in a loose circle. In the center, a man lay on the patterned carpet, convulsing. Not convulsing like a seizure, Odell realized as he got closer. Thrashing, fighting against the 2 security guards trying to hold him down. The man's face was wrong, flushed dark red, veins standing out on his neck and forehead. His eyes were bloodshot to the point where the whites had nearly disappeared. Foam gathered at the corners of his mouth. He was making a sound, a wet growling that didn't sound human. "Everybody back!" Dolores was shouting. "Give him space!" EMTs are on the way. The man on the floor jerked violently, nearly breaking free. He snapped his teeth at one of the security guards, actually snapped them like a dog trying to bite. The guard recoiled, and in that moment the man rolled, got his hands under him, started to rise. Odell saw what happened next in fragments. Puzzle pieces his brain couldn't quite fit together. The man lunged at the nearest person, a woman in her 60s who'd been playing the slots. She screamed and stumbled backward. The man's hands caught her shoulders. He pulled her close and bit her neck. Actually bit her, like an animal. Tore into the flesh with his teeth. Blood sprayed. The woman shrieked. Someone else was screaming too. Maybe multiple people. The security guards grabbed the man, hauled him back. He came away with blood on his face, with tissue hanging from his mouth. The woman collapsed, hands pressed to her neck, blood pulsing between her fingers. "Jesus Christ!" someone behind Odell said. The lobby erupted into chaos, people backing away, some running. Dolores was on her radio, voice urgent but controlled. The security guards had the man on the ground again, but he was still fighting, still making that terrible sound. The bitten woman lay curled on her side, making wet, gasping noises. The blood was spreading across the carpet, soaking into the intricate pattern. "Somebody get towels," Dolores shouted. "We need to stop the bleeding." Odell ran. He didn't think, just moved. The nearest supply was the housekeeping station on the second floor. He took the stairs 2 at a time, his work boots pounding on the steps. The housekeeping cart was right where it should be. He grabbed a stack of clean towels and ran back down. By the time he reached the lobby again, the EMTs had arrived, 2 of them working on the woman with the neck wound. Another trying to sedate the man who'd attacked her, but he was still thrashing, still fighting against the restraints they were attempting to apply. It took 4 people to hold him down while the EMT got a needle into his arm. Whatever they gave him didn't work immediately. He kept fighting for what felt like minutes, until finally, gradually his movements slowed. His eyes stayed open, still wrong, still bloodshot, staring at nothing. "What the fuck was that?" one of the security guards asked, stepping back. His uniform was torn, scratches visible on his forearm. "Looked like PCP," an EMT said, focused on his equipment. "Or bath salts. Seen it before. Makes people crazy strong." But Odell remembered his wife's phone call, the lab at UNR Biological Material, people getting sick. The EMTs loaded both the attacker and the victim onto gurneys, worked quickly, professionally. The lobby was still in chaos. Casino guests standing in clusters, talking in urgent voices, some filming with their phones. Management was appearing now, suits and concerned expressions, trying to calm people down, offering comps and apologies. The blood on the carpet was being cordoned off with caution tape, while housekeeping brought equipment to clean it. Odell stood at the edge of the scene, his hands still holding the unused towels. His heart was hammering. He'd seen bar fights before, drunks getting physical, but nothing like that. The way the man had moved, the sounds he'd made, the absolute mindless violence of it. His phone buzzed. His wife. "Are you okay?" "I'm seeing stuff on Twitter about something happening at the Gilded Fortune." How was it on Twitter already? He looked around. At least a dozen people had their phones out, still recording or posting. He stepped away from the crowd toward a quieter corner near the hotel elevators. "I'm fine." There was an incident. Some guy attacked someone. "What do you mean attacked?" "He bit her. Like literally bit her neck." Silence on the other end. Then, "Odell, you need to leave. Right now. They're saying it was drugs. It's not drugs. People are saying the same thing is happening at the hospital, at the university. Something's wrong with people. They're attacking each other. Odell, please, just come home. He wanted to." Every instinct told him to listen to his wife, to get in his truck and drive north to Sparks, to their small house with the chain-link fence and the struggling lawn. But he was standing in the middle of the Gilded Fortune Casino where he'd worked for 7 years, where he was union and had responsibilities and a reputation for reliability. "Let me talk to Michael again," he said. "There's got to be a protocol for this." "Fuck the protocol. I don't care about your job right now. I care about you being alive." The fear in her voice reached through the phone and grabbed him. "Okay," he said. "Okay. Give me 15 minutes to square things away, and I'll head out." 15 minutes, I'm timing you." He hung up and went looking for Michael again. The maintenance office was empty. He tried the radio. "Michael, you there?" Static, then Michael's voice. Yeah, I'm on floor 3. What do you need? Need to talk to you about leaving early. Not a good time, Odell. We got another situation up here. What kind of situation? Just get up here. Odell took the stairs again, his legs burning. Floor 3 was the highest level of the casino proper, home to the high-limit room and the VIP lounges. When he emerged from the stairwell, he immediately saw the problem. A woman was stumbling between slot machines, knocking into chairs, careening off metal frames. Blood stained the front of her white blouse. Not her blood, he realized. She wasn't injured. The blood belonged to whoever she'd just come from. Michael stood a safe distance away, along with 2 security guards. They were all watching the woman, uncertain. She moved wrong, jerky, uncoordinated, but fast. Faster than someone that unsteady should be able to move. That's the third one, Michael said when Odell reached him. First was the guy in the lobby. Second was in the poker room, attacked one of the dealers. Now her. Third, when did the second happen? 5 minutes ago, right after the lobby thing. Odell felt ice in his stomach. We need to evacuate. Something's really wrong. Evacuate? Michael looked at him like he was insane. You know how many people are in this building? You know what management would do if we caused a panic and it turned out to be nothing? It's not nothing. My wife says it's happening all over the city. The woman on the floor suddenly turned toward them. Her face was the same as the man's had been. Flushed, veins prominent, eyes wrong. She made a sound, a wet hiss, and started moving in their direction, not walking, lurching with that strange, fast, slow gait. Ma'am, you need to stop right there, one of the security guards said, holding out his hands. We're going to get you some help. She didn't stop. She came faster. The guard reached for his radio and she was on him. Her hands grabbed his uniform, pulled him close. He tried to push her away, but she was strong. Impossibly strong for a woman who weighed maybe 120 pounds. She bit his face. Bit it like the man in the lobby had bitten the woman's neck. The other guard pulled his taser, but he was too slow. The woman had already torn into the first guard's cheek. Blood ran down his jaw. He was screaming, trying to get away, but she held on. Her teeth worked at the wound, tearing. The taser barbs hit her in the back. 50,000 volts. She jerked, released the guard, but didn't go down. Instead, she turned toward the guard with the taser. He backpedaled, eyes wide, fumbling for his radio. Run, Michael said, and they ran. Down the hall, away from the high-limit room. The guard she'd bitten was on the ground, hands pressed to his face, making sounds that would haunt Odell for however long he had left to live. They burst through a service door into a back corridor. Behind them, over the guard's screams, Odell could hear the woman, still moving, still hunting. What the fuck is happening? Michael gasped. Odell pulled out his phone, tried to call his wife. No signal. He checked the bars. Nothing. When had that happened? He tried again. The call failed. They kept moving down the corridor toward the maintenance area. Odell's mind was racing. 3 attacks in maybe 20 minutes, all violent, all involving biting. And his wife had said it was happening all over the city. The university, the hospital, now the casino, biological material, lab breach. We need to get everyone out, Odell said. This isn't drugs or a mental health crisis or whatever management wants to believe. This is spreading. Spreading how? It's not. You don't think it's contagious? Odell thought about the woman with the torn neck in the lobby. The blood. The guard with his face ripped open. The other guard with scratches on his forearm, skin breaks, blood exposure. Yeah, he said. I think it might be. They reached the maintenance area. The television mounted in the corner of the break room was on, tuned to local news. Both of them stopped to look. The news anchor appeared shaken, reading from notes that kept updating. Confirmed reports of violent incidents across Reno and Sparks. Authorities are urging residents to stay indoors and avoid contact with anyone displaying symptoms of aggression or unusual behavior. The National Guard has been called in. Repeat, the National Guard has been activated. The image cut to shaky phone footage. A parking lot somewhere. A person, impossible to tell if it was male or female, attacking another person. Biting, tearing, other people running, screaming. The timestamp was from 30 minutes ago. Another cut. The UNR campus. The medical research building surrounded by emergency vehicles. Hazmat suits. Body bags on the ground. Someone off camera saying, "They're dead. Jesus Christ, they're all dead. They're not moving." Then movement in the background. The body bags shifting, someone screaming, "Get back, get back!" The feed cutting to static. "Oh, fuck," Michael said. "Oh, fuck." Odell tried his phone again. Still no signal. "We have to warn people. Get them out of the building. We can't just yell fire. They'll stampede. People will get trampled. People are getting killed right now, on our watch." Michael looked at him, and Odell saw the moment his supervisor's face changed, saw reality settling in. "Okay," Michael said. "Okay. We need to find management. Let them make the call." They went back toward the main floor. The casino was still operating, but something had changed. The energy was different. More security guards visible, moving quickly, talking urgently into radios. Clusters of guests looking at phones, pointing toward exits. The noise level had dropped. Fewer machines singing their digital songs, less laughter, more tense conversation. Odell spotted one of the floor managers, a woman named Patricia, who'd been with the casino longer than he had. She was near the craps tables, coordinating something with security. "Patricia," Odell called, jogging over. "We need to evacuate. Whatever's happening, it's inside the building." "I'm aware," she said, not looking at him. "We're working on it." "Working on it? We need to do it now." She finally turned to face him. Her expression was stressed, angry. "You think I don't know that? I've got management on the phone with corporate, and corporate is talking to lawyers. Lawyers. While people are attacking each other, they're worried about fucking liability. So what are we supposed to do? Keep people calm, keep the exits clear, and pray the police get here soon." But Odell knew the police weren't coming. If this was happening all over the city, if it was at the hospital and the university and now the casino, the police were overwhelmed. Maybe the police were dealing with their own infected. The lights flickered. Everyone on the floor noticed. Slot machines dimmed, brightened. The ambient lighting wavered. A murmur of concern rippled through the crowd. "That's not good," Michael muttered. Odell thought about the electrical systems, the backup generators, the complex web of power that kept the casino running. If the grid was failing, if people were abandoning their posts at the power company or getting attacked. The lights steadied, but the message was clear. Infrastructure was breaking down. His radio crackled with overlapping voices. Security calling for backup on multiple floors. A dealer reporting a guest who was acting strange and won't respond. Someone screaming in the background of another transmission. The chaos was spreading. Odell made a decision. "I'm going home," he told Michael. "You should too. We can't just abandon. This place is done. Look around. It's falling apart." Michael looked, saw what Odell saw. The veneer of normalcy was cracking. More people were heading for exits. Some were running. At the far end of the casino floor, near the poker lounge, a crowd was forming around something. From the sound, screaming, shouting, Odell knew what that something was. Another infected person. Another attack. "Go!" Michael said finally. "Get out of here." I'll do what I can." Odell nodded. He thought about shaking Michael's hand, saying something meaningful, but there wasn't time. He turned and headed for the employee entrance, the back way to the parking lot. His truck was out there. His wife was in Sparks, maybe 15 minutes away if traffic was light. He could make it. The employee entrance corridor was crowded with other staff members, all thinking the same thing. Get out. Get home. Get somewhere safe. Odell pushed through the press of bodies, recognizing faces. Dealers he'd shared cigarettes with on break, housekeeping staff he'd helped with broken vacuum cleaners, kitchen workers who'd fed him leftover buffet food on slow nights. All of them scared now, all of them running. The door to the parking lot was blocked. Not locked, but blocked by people trying to force their way through, shoving and cursing. Odell used his size, 6 feet tall, broad shoulders from years of manual labor, to make space. Easy, he said. Everyone's getting out. Just take it slow. But nobody wanted to take it slow. Someone behind him pushed hard, and the whole crowd surged. The door burst open, and people spilled out into the Nevada night. The parking lot was chaos. Cars trying to leave, horns honking, headlights crossing. Someone's suitcase had been abandoned in the middle of a driving lane, clothes spilling out. In the distance, toward downtown, Odell could hear sirens, lots of sirens, and something else, gunfire, the rapid pop, pop, pop of automatic weapons. He ran toward his truck, weaving between cars. He was 50 feet away when he heard the scream behind him. He turned. In the light spilling from the casino entrance, he saw her, one of the housekeeping staff, Rita. He'd fixed a leak in her apartment once, off the clock, because she couldn't afford a plumber. She was stumbling out of the employee entrance, clutching her arm. Blood ran between her fingers. "Help!" she gasped. "Something bit me." Something inside bit me. Odell took a step toward her, then stopped. Bit her. Blood. Exposure. "Go to the hospital," he said, hating himself for not going to her, for not helping. "Get it treated. I can't drive. Please, can you take me?" His truck was right there. His wife was waiting. But Rita was looking at him with desperate eyes, and he'd known her for 6 years. Had laughed at her jokes, had invited her to the union Christmas party. She was bleeding and scared and asking for help. "Okay," he said. "My truck's over here." He unlocked the doors, helped her into the passenger seat. She was shaking. The bite on her arm was deep, a chunk of flesh torn away. "What did this?" he asked, grabbing a shop towel from the back seat and pressing it to the wound. "I don't know. One of the poker dealers. He was just standing there, and then he wasn't. He grabbed me and bit me and wouldn't let go. Someone pulled him off, but..." She was crying now. Why would he do that? Why would anyone do that? Odell didn't answer. He started the truck, pulled out of the parking space. The exit was clogged, cars bumper to bumper trying to get onto Virginia Street. He leaned on his horn, inched forward. The whole city seemed to be trying to move at once. Through his windshield, he could see downtown Reno. The neon arch that said, "The biggest little city in the world," was still lit. But beyond it, smoke rose from multiple locations. More sirens. A helicopter passed overhead, searchlights sweeping the streets. This wasn't a contained incident. This was everything breaking down simultaneously. "I need to call my wife," Odell said, fumbling for his phone. Still no signal. He tried anyway, held it to his ear. Nothing. "Phone's dead." "Mine too," Rita said. Her voice was getting weaker. "I feel really hot. Is it hot in here?" He looked at her. Her face was flushed. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the night's chill. How long had it been since she was bitten? 10 minutes? 15? The man in the lobby had been symptomatic within, 20 minutes of exposure? And the woman on floor 3 had attacked someone within minutes. Fast. This thing worked fast. "Hang on," he told Rita. "Hospital's just a few miles." But getting a few miles through this chaos might take an hour, if they could get there at all. He finally made it to the exit, pulled onto Virginia Street. What he saw made his blood freeze. Traffic had stopped. Not slowed, stopped. Cars sat abandoned with doors open, engines running. People were running between vehicles, some heading north, others south, no pattern to it, and scattered among the traffic were figures moving differently. That same jerky, fast, slow gait he'd seen in the casino. One of them, a man in a business suit, was crouched over someone on the hood of a car, eating them. Actually eating them. Odell could see the movement of his head as he tore at the body, could see the blood reflecting in his headlights. "Oh, God," Rita moaned. "Oh, God, I don't feel right." Odell looked at her. Her eyes were bloodshot, not as bad as the others yet, but getting there. The flush on her face was deepening to that dark red. She was changing. Right there in his truck, she was changing. He had to get out, had to get away from her before she turned completely. But they were boxed in, cars on all sides. He could drive onto the sidewalk maybe, but there were people there too, and some of those people were infected. He could see them attacking others, pulling them down, biting and tearing. This was a mistake. He should have driven straight home, should have left Rita behind, should have listened to his wife and gotten out before it got this bad. Rita's hand shot out and grabbed his arm. Her grip was strong, too strong. "What's happening to me?" she gasped. Her voice was changing, getting harsh. "Something's wrong?" "Something's really wrong." He tried to pull away, but she held on. Her nails dug into his forearm through his work shirt. She turned to look at him, and her eyes were almost entirely red now. The whites were drowning in broken blood vessels. "Rita, let go. Make it stop," she hissed. "Please make it stop." He grabbed her wrist with his free hand, tried to pry her fingers loose. She was incredibly strong. Her other hand came up, reaching for his face. He leaned back as far as the driver's seat would allow. Her fingers brushed his cheek, grabbed for his hair. With his right hand, he fumbled for the door handle, got it open, shoved with his legs, trying to push himself out of the truck. But she had him, both hands now, pulling him back toward her. Her mouth opened. He could see her teeth, could smell her breath, hot and wrong. Something hit the passenger side window. Odell jerked his head around. Another infected person, a teenage kid, was trying to get into the truck, slamming his hands against the glass, making that wet growling sound. The window cracked under the impact. Odell made a decision. He stopped trying to pull away from Rita and instead pushed toward her, using his weight and momentum. His right hand found his tool belt, still strapped to his waist. His fingers closed around the screwdriver. He pulled it free. He didn't want to do it. Didn't want to hurt someone he knew, someone he'd helped, but the thing holding him wasn't Rita anymore. Whatever was happening to her had taken her away, left something else behind. He drove the screwdriver into her shoulder. She barely reacted, didn't let go. So he pulled it out and stabbed again, this time into her side. Again. Blood was everywhere, on his hands, on the seat. She finally released him, turning her attention to her own wounds, clawing at them. He fell out of the truck, hit the asphalt hard. Behind him, the passenger window shattered. The teenage kid was climbing through. Odell rolled, got his feet under him, ran. The street was hell. No other word for it. Cars on fire, people screaming, infected swarming in every direction. He saw a woman trying to fight off two of them. Saw a man running with a child in his arms. Saw a police car crashed into a light pole. The officer slumped over the wheel. He ran north, toward Sparks, toward his house. It was maybe 5 miles. He could run 5 miles. He was in decent shape. He could do it. Except the infected were everywhere. They moved erratically but fast, drawn by noise and movement. He saw one turn toward him from 30 feet away, saw it start to run. Not the stumbling run he'd seen earlier. A dead sprint. Odell cut left between 2 abandoned cars. His work boots weren't made for running, but he pushed himself anyway. His lungs burned. His legs ached. Behind him, he could hear the infected person getting closer. The wet sound of its breathing. The slap of its feet on pavement. He vaulted over the hood of a compact car, landed awkwardly but kept moving. The casino was behind him now. The gilded fortune's facade still lit up, still pretending normalcy. How many people were still inside? How many were trying to get out? How many were already dead or infected? A hand grabbed his shoulder. He spun, swinging the screwdriver. It connected with something, face, neck, he couldn't tell. The infected person fell back, but there were others now. He'd attracted attention. 3 of them moving to surround him. He couldn't fight them all, couldn't outrun them. He was going to die here, on Virginia Street, 5 miles from his house. His wife would never know what happened to him, would wait for him to come home until the infected broke down their door. Then he saw it. The construction site. One of the old casinos being renovated, surrounded by chain-link fence. The fence had a gate, and the gate was open. Contractors must have left in a hurry. He ran for it. The infected followed. He could hear them behind him, their feet pounding, their voices making those terrible wet sounds. He reached the gate, slipped through, grabbed it, and swung it shut. One of the infected slammed into it from the other side. The chain link bowed but held. Odell looked around. The construction site was dark, lit only by security lights on tall poles. Scaffolding covered one side of the building. Equipment sat idle. A bulldozer, a cement mixer, pallets of supplies, and in the center a trailer that probably served as the site office. The infected were at the fence, 3 of them now, pushing against it, trying to get through. The chain link rattled but held, for now. He needed to secure the gate. There was a chain lying in the dirt nearby, used to lock it probably. He grabbed it, wrapped it around the gate post and the fence frame, pulled it tight. No lock, but it would have to do. The infected pushed harder. One of them, the teenage kid from his truck, started climbing, actually climbing the fence, fingers and feet finding purchase in the chain link. Smart enough for that, coordinated enough. Odell backed away, deeper into the construction site. The trailer. He could barricade himself in there, wait until daylight, figure out a plan. He tried the trailer door, locked. Of course it was locked. He looked around for something to break it open. The scaffolding had metal pipes. He grabbed one, hefty and solid, and used it to smash the trailer's lock. The door swung open. Inside was what he expected: desk, filing cabinets, coffee maker, blueprints tacked to the walls, and a landline phone. He grabbed it, held it to his ear. Dial tone. Oh, thank God, dial tone. He dialed his home number with shaking fingers. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Hello? His wife's voice, strained and frightened. It's me, he gasped. I'm okay. I'm... Odell? Oh, thank God. Where are you? Why didn't you come home? I tried. The roads are blocked. There are infected everywhere. I'm at a construction site on Virginia near the old Royal Hotel. You need to get out of there. You need to find somewhere safe. I'm trying. Is it bad where you are? Yes. I'm watching from the window. There are people in the street attacking each other. Someone tried to break into the house next door. Odell, I'm scared. Lock everything. Barricade the doors. Don't let anyone in, even if they seem normal. How long until you can get here? He looked out the trailer window. The teenage kid had made it over the fence, was dropping down into the construction site. The other 2 were following, climbing with that same unsettling coordination. I don't know, he said honestly. I'm trapped right now, but I'll find a way, I promise. I love you. I love you too. So much. Be careful. Please be careful. I will. The line went dead. He looked at the phone. No dial tone. The connection was just gone. He hung up, tried again. Nothing. The whole system was failing. Outside, the infected were in the construction site. He could see them through the window, illuminated by the security lights, moving toward the trailer. They knew he was here. Could smell him maybe, or hear him, or just sense prey. He needed weapons, better than a screwdriver and a pipe. He looked around the trailer, found a toolbox under the desk. Inside, hammer, box cutter, vice grips, measuring tape, basic stuff. He took the hammer, shoved the box cutter in his pocket. The door rattled. They were trying to get in. He'd broken the lock, and the door wasn't sturdy enough to hold for long. He grabbed the desk and shoved it against the door, added the filing cabinet. It wasn't much of a barricade, but it was something. The rattling got louder. Then the door shook as something hit it. Hard. Again. Again. The desk scraped back an inch. The filing cabinet tipped. Odell looked for another exit. The trailer had windows on 3 sides. Small windows, but he might fit through one if he removed the screen. He went to the back window, the one farthest from the door, and kicked out the screen. The door burst open. The desk toppled. The teenage kid came through first, blood on his face from where Odell had hit him with the screwdriver. Behind him, the other 2. Odell squeezed through the window, dropped to the ground outside, landed on broken concrete and construction debris. Pain shot through his ankle, but he forced himself up, forced himself to move. The construction site stretched before him in the darkness. He ran toward the scaffolding, thinking he could climb, get above them. But his ankle screamed with each step. He'd twisted it in the fall, maybe worse. He reached the scaffolding, started climbing the metal framework. His ankle couldn't take his full weight, so he pulled himself up with his arms, using upper body strength. Below, the infected were coming out of the trailer, pursuing, up and up, past the first level, the second. The scaffolding was stable, built to hold workers and equipment. He reached a platform maybe 20 feet up and collapsed, gasping. His ankle was swelling already. He could feel it inside his boot. Below, the infected tried to climb. The teenage kid made it to the first level before falling off. Tried again. The coordination they'd shown with the fence didn't translate to the scaffolding. Too complex. Too many handholds to choose from. For now, he was safe. For now. Odell lay on the platform, staring at the night sky. Smoke was rising from multiple points around the city, turning the stars hazy. The sound of sirens had diminished. Either the emergency services were dead, or they'd given up. He could still hear gunfire, sporadic and distant. His phone was in his pocket. He pulled it out. Still no signal. He checked the time. 2:30 in the morning. 4.5 hours ago, he'd been fixing a toilet. 4.5 hours ago, the world was normal. He tried to think. Morning would come eventually. When it did, maybe the infected would disperse. Maybe he could make his way north to Sparks. 5 miles, with a bad ankle, through a city full of infected. Or maybe he should stay here. This was defensible. He had water in the truck. No, he'd left the truck. He had no water, no food, just the clothes on his back and his tool belt. Think. Be practical. What would he tell someone else in this situation? Assess your resources. Okay. He had a hammer, box cutter, screwdriver. His tool belt had a utility knife, pliers, wire cutters. He was wearing his work uniform, durable shirt and pants, steel-toed boots. He knew how to improvise, how to build and fix things. That was his profession. That had to count for something. Assess your situation. He was 20 feet up, safe from immediate threat, but exposed to the elements. No shelter from sun or rain, no water source. The construction site probably had supplies somewhere, lumber, metal, tarps, maybe even food in the contractor's personal effects. Assess your goal, survive until morning, then reassess. Find water, find a weapon better than a hammer, find a way to get home. His wife. She was alone in their house. The thought of her there, barricaded in, waiting for him to come home, was physical pain. Worse than his ankle, worse than anything. He had to get to her, had to find a way. But first he had to survive the night. Below him, the infected had lost interest in the scaffolding. They were wandering the construction site, bumping into equipment, moaning softly. 3 of them. Maybe more had come in while he was climbing. He couldn't see the whole site from his position. He settled into wait, knowing sleep wasn't possible. Knowing that even if he could sleep, he shouldn't. Had to stay alert, had to stay ready. The night stretched on. He watched the city burn, watched the lights go out one by one as the power grid failed. The casino lights, those had stayed on for a while, emergency generators probably, but even those eventually went dark. The Gilded Fortune disappeared into blackness, along with all the other casinos, all the neon that defined Reno. By 4 in the morning, the city was almost completely dark, just the occasional fire providing light. And the stars, clearer now without light pollution, indifferent to the catastrophe below. Odell's ankle throbbed. He could feel his sock wet inside his boot. Blood or fluid from the swelling, he wasn't sure. He'd need to elevate it, ice it, maybe wrap it. He had none of those things. He thought about his wife. Pictured her in their bedroom, peeking through the curtains, watching the chaos in the street. She was smart, resourceful. She'd know to stay quiet, stay hidden. Their house was a small ranch-style, single-story, but it had good locks. A chain on the front door. They joked about it when they moved in, how the previous owner must have been paranoid, now that paranoia seemed prescient. Would she stay there? Wait for him? Or would she try to leave, go to her sister's place in Sacramento? Number. She'd wait. She'd believe he was coming home. She trusted him. He had to live up to that trust. Dawn came slowly, the sky lightening degree by degree. With the light, he could see the full scope of the construction site. It was bigger than he'd thought. The old casino took up half a block, and the renovation was extensive. Walls torn out, new framework exposed. Piles of materials everywhere, lumber, drywall, electrical supplies, and bodies. He could see them now in the growing light. 4 people dead on the ground. Construction workers probably, caught here when the outbreak happened. One of them was partially eaten, ribs exposed. The infected were still here too. He counted 6 now in the construction site, plus however many were outside the fence. They'd slowed down with daylight, moving less. Still dangerous, but less actively hunting. He needed to move, needed to get off the scaffolding and find supplies, water especially. A person could live for weeks without food, but only days without water. His ankle had stiffened overnight. When he tried to put weight on it, the pain was intense. Definitely sprained, possibly fractured. He unlaced his boot, left it loose. Any swelling would make it tighter, and if the boot cut off circulation, he'd be in real trouble. Climbing down the scaffolding one-handed, using the other hand to hold the hammer, was slow and painful. Each step sent jolts up his leg, but he made it, finally setting foot on solid ground again. The infected nearest to him, a woman in a casino uniform, turned her head at the sound, looked directly at him. She started moving in his direction, not running, but coming. The others noticed and did the same. Odell gripped the hammer and backed toward a pile of lumber. If he couldn't run, he'd have to fight. The woman reached him first. Her face was gray, veins dark under the skin. Her eyes were filmy. She'd been dead for hours, he realized. This wasn't someone in the process of turning. This was someone who'd already died and come back. She lunged. He swung the hammer, connected with her temple. Bone crunched. She went down, but didn't stay down. Crawled toward him, still reaching. He hit her again, and again, kept hitting until she stopped moving. But now the others were close. A man in contractor's coveralls. A young woman in jogging clothes. They came from different directions. Odell couldn't fight them all. He turned and ran, or tried to. His ankle gave out after 3 steps. He went down hard, rolled, came up swinging. The hammer caught the contractor in the knee. He fell. The jogger grabbed Odell's shirt. He cut her hand with the box cutter, drew a line of dark, thick blood. She didn't seem to notice. Her other hand grabbed his hair. He could smell her, rot and copper. He stabbed the box cutter into her eye. She finally let go, stumbling backward, clawing at her face. He scrambled away on hands and knees, got behind a cement mixer, used it to pull himself upright. His shirt was torn. His hands were bleeding from where he'd scraped them on concrete. But he was alive. The infected were regrouping, coming around both sides of the mixer. There, 20 feet away, the site office trailer's door was still open from last night. If he could get inside, barricade it properly this time. He lurched toward it, dragging his bad leg. The infected followed. He reached the trailer, hauled himself through the door, turned and grabbed it to swing it shut. But the contractor was right there, pushing against it. Odell pushed back, using his weight, his desperation. The door closed. He threw the internal bolt, then piled furniture against it again. The desk, the filing cabinet, a metal shelf unit, everything he could move. The infected pounded on the door, the walls, the windows. The trailer shook with the impacts, but it held. Odell collapsed on the floor, chest heaving. He checked himself for bites. Found none, just scrapes and bruises. He'd been incredibly lucky. Now he was trapped again. But at least he was alive. He lay there for long minutes, just breathing. Then slowly, he started to assess. The trailer's water cooler still had water in it. He drank deeply, not caring that it was stale and warm. Food. He found a lunch bag in one of the desk drawers. Someone's leftover sandwich, a banana that had gone brown, a candy bar. He ate it all. In another drawer, he found a first aid kit. He wrapped his ankle, tight but not too tight, using the elastic bandage. Swallowed 4 ibuprofen from the kit. It wasn't enough, but it was something. The pounding on the trailer had stopped. He looked out the window carefully. The infected were still there but had gone back to wandering, not actively trying to get in anymore. Maybe they'd forgotten he was here. Maybe they'd given up. He needed a plan. Staying in the trailer wasn't sustainable. He'd run out of water in a day, maybe 2, and he was no closer to Sparks, to his wife. The landline phone. He tried it again. Dead. No dial tone at all now. The infrastructure had completely collapsed. But his cell phone, he checked it. Still no signal, but the battery was at 60%. If cell service came back, if the towers were restored, he could call for help, could call his wife. He needed to conserve battery. He turned the phone off completely, put it in his pocket. The window on the north side of the trailer looked toward Sparks. He could see the foothills in the distance, the sprawl of houses. His house was out there, a small point in that landscape. 5 miles might as well have been 50. But people had walked farther, crossed deserts, mountains. 5 miles was nothing if you were determined. He just needed the right opportunity, the right moment, and better weapons. Definitely better weapons. He looked through the trailer more thoroughly, found blueprints for the renovation, helpful if he needed to navigate the building, found a keyring with dozens of keys. Maybe some would open locked doors, storage areas. Found a battery-powered lantern, crucial for nighttime. Most importantly, he found a 2-way radio. Construction sites used them for communication between teams. He turned it on, cycled through channels. Nothing but static. But static meant the device worked. If anyone else out there had a radio, was broadcasting, he might hear them. He left it on channel 3, the volume low, and set it aside. The day crept forward. He watched through the windows as the infected wandered. Some left the construction site, drawn by sounds from outside. Others arrived, attracted by who knows what. The population ebbed and flowed. Around noon, he heard something new. A helicopter flying low over the city. Military, maybe, or news. It passed over the construction site, and Odell tried to signal it, waving through the window. But the helicopter didn't stop, just continued on toward downtown. In the afternoon, he heard gunfire, close, maybe a block away. Sustained fire, automatic weapons, then screaming, then silence. The radio crackled. He grabbed it. Anyone receiving, this is National Guard Station 7. We are at the Reno Sparks Convention Center. Repeat, safe zone at the convention center. Food, water, medical attention available. If you can reach us safely, we are here. Over. Odell's heart jumped. The convention center. That was maybe 2 miles from his current location, closer than his house. And if there was a National Guard presence, real help, maybe they could send someone to get his wife, or maybe he could get to the convention center, find transportation, get to her himself. He grabbed the radio, pressed transmit. "This is Odell. I'm at the construction site on Virginia, near the old Royal. Can you send someone to extract me? Over." Static. He tried again. "National Guard station. Do you copy? I'm at... Not a rescue mission. Repeat, we cannot extract. Make your way here if possible. Station 7 out." Then nothing. He called several more times. No response. So they had a safe zone, but they weren't sending help. Typical military. Circle the wagons, protect what you can hold. Still, the convention center was a goal, something to aim for. 2 miles, through a city full of infected, with a sprained ankle, no vehicle, no real weapons. But what was the alternative? Stay here and die of thirst? Wait for rescue that wasn't coming? He had to try. He spent the rest of the afternoon preparing, found a length of metal pipe in the construction supplies, heavier than the hammer but longer reach. Found a canvas tool bag to carry supplies, loaded it with the first aid kit, the lantern, the radio, what little food remained, filled plastic bottles with water from the cooler. He fashioned a crude splint for his ankle using wire cutters to cut a length of rebar, then wrapped it with duct tape. It wasn't pretty, but it provided support. Let him put more weight on the leg without the pain being unbearable. As the sun started to set, he made his move. Waited until the infected in the construction site were on the far side, near the fence, then slipped out of the trailer, quiet as possible, and headed for the bulldozer. The keys were in the ignition. Contractors really had left in a hurry. He climbed into the cab, started the engine. It roared to life, loud in the evening quiet. Every infected in the area turned toward the sound. Odell put the bulldozer in gear, drove toward the chain-link fence. The blade hit the metal with a screech and tore through it like paper. He kept going, out into the street, away from the infected behind him. The bulldozer was slow, maybe 5 miles an hour at top speed, but it was unstoppable. Cars in his path got shoved aside. Infected that tried to block him got crushed under the treads. He drove north on Virginia toward the convention center, toward hope. The city was destroyed. That's what he saw as he drove. Buildings on fire, bodies in the streets, hundreds of them, infected wandering in packs, and survivors too. He saw them occasionally, hiding in doorways or on rooftops, watching him pass. He wanted to stop, pick them up, but the bulldozer cab had room for one person, and stopping meant attracting infected. He kept going. 2 blocks from the convention center, the bulldozer ran out of fuel. The engine sputtered and died. He tried to restart it. Nothing. He was on foot again. But the convention center was close. He could see it, a large modern building, searchlights playing over its exterior, and a perimeter, military vehicles forming a barrier, soldiers with rifles, people inside the perimeter, safe behind chain link and concrete barriers. He climbed down from the bulldozer, took his tool bag, and started walking. His ankle protested every step. The street was relatively clear here, the infected drawn toward the convention center but stopped by the military presence. Bodies lay in neat rows where they'd been shot trying to breach the perimeter. Soldiers saw him coming, aimed rifles. He raised his hands, held the pipe away from his body. "Don't shoot! I'm not infected. I'm coming to the safe zone. Stop where you are!" a soldier shouted. "Stay right there!" Odell stopped. He could see the gate now, 30 feet away. So close. "I'm not infected," he called again. "I just need help. My wife is in Sparks. Can you help me get to her?" 2 soldiers approached, rifles raised. They kept distance between themselves and Odell. One of them had a handheld radio. "Check him," the radio soldier said. The other soldier came closer. visually inspecting Odell from a few feet away. "You bitten? Scratched? Any blood contact?" "No, I was at the Gilded Fortune when it started. I've been holed up trying to get here." "The casino?" The soldier's expression changed. "When did you leave there?" "Last night." "Why?" "That place is a hot zone. Entire building is infected. If you were there..." "I wasn't bitten. I wasn't exposed. Please, I just need to get to my wife." The soldier looked at his partner. Some kind of silent communication passed between them. Then back to Odell. "We need to quarantine you. 24 hours observation. Make sure you're not infected." "I don't have 24 hours. My wife..." "Everyone gets quarantined. No exceptions. You can either comply or you can leave." Odell wanted to argue, wanted to push past them and get inside, but they had guns, and he had a pipe. And maybe they were right. Maybe he had been exposed somehow. Maybe he was infected and didn't know it yet. "Okay," he said. "Okay, I'll do the quarantine." They escorted him through the gate, into the convention center's parking lot. A tent had been set up for new arrivals. Inside, maybe a dozen people sat on folding chairs, all looking shell-shocked. A medic moved among them, checking vitals, asking questions. Odell was processed. They took his temperature, normal. Checked his eyes, his throat, asked when he'd last been in contact with infected, recorded his answers on a clipboard. Then they put him in a sectioned-off area with 3 other people, separated by chain-link panels. Quarantine. He could see the main survivor area beyond. Hundreds of people, maybe more, crowded into the convention center's interior, scared but alive. "How many people you got here?" he asked the medic. "About 800 at last count. We're at capacity." "Have you heard anything about Sparks? The residential areas?" "We've lost contact with most outlying areas. National Guard is focusing on maintaining what we can hold. My wife is in Sparks. I need to get to her." "After quarantine, you can talk to the coordination desk. They're keeping track of survivors, trying to reunite families. But I'll be honest with you, travel outside the safe zone is not permitted. Too dangerous." "So I'm just supposed to stay here, while she's out there alone?" The medic gave him a sympathetic look, but said nothing. What could she say? The world had ended. Everyone's priorities had shifted to pure survival. The hours in quarantine were torture. Odell paced the small area, his ankle screaming with each circuit. The other people in his section were silent, lost in their own trauma. One man kept crying softly. A woman stared at the wall, unresponsive. Through the chain link, he could see the main area. Families huddled together, children crying, people arguing over limited supplies. The veneer of civilization was thin here, kept intact only by military presence. Night fell. The searchlights stayed on, scanning the perimeter. Every few hours, infected would approach and be put down by the soldiers. The gunshots became background noise. Odell tried to sleep on the concrete floor, using his tool bag as a pillow. But sleep wouldn't come. He kept thinking about his wife, kept imagining her in their house, waiting for him. How long would she wait before accepting he wasn't coming? How long before the infected broke in? The radio, he still had it in his tool bag. He pulled it out, turned it on, cycled through channels, mostly static. Then, on channel 9, a voice. "Anyone out there? This is a message for Odell. If you can hear this, I'm okay. I'm still at the house. I'm still waiting. Please come home. Please be alive. I love you." His wife's voice. She'd found a radio somehow, was broadcasting, hoping he'd hear. He grabbed the radio, pressed transmit. "I hear you. I'm alive. I'm at the convention center in quarantine. They won't let me leave yet, but I'm coming. As soon as I can, I'm coming home. I love you. Stay safe." He waited. No response. He tried again. Still nothing. Either she'd stopped broadcasting, or his signal wasn't reaching her, or she was waiting to broadcast again. He left the radio on, volume low, and finally fell into a fitful sleep. Morning came. The medic checked him again, temperature still normal, no symptoms. He was cleared from quarantine. "You can move into the main area now," she said. "Report to the coordination desk. They'll assign you sleeping space and work detail. I'm not staying. I'm going to get my wife." "That's not allowed. No one leaves the safe zone." "You going to shoot me?" She looked at him, tired eyes in a haggard face. "No, but the guards might." He walked toward the main area, feeling the weight of hopelessness settling over him. He was trapped. His wife was 5 miles away, and he was trapped. The coordination desk was a folding table staffed by a National Guard corporal. Odell approached. "I need information about Sparks," he said. "The residential areas. Do you have any contact with survivors there?" The corporal checked a computer that was running on generator power. "We have sparse reports. Most of Sparks is dark. No communication, no military presence. If your family is there, we have no way to confirm status. I need to get there." "Not possible. No one leaves the safe zone. Those are the orders." "Whose orders?" "Commander's. He's trying to keep everyone alive. That means keeping this perimeter secure." "And everyone outside the perimeter just dies?" "We're doing what we can with limited resources." Odell wanted to flip the table, wanted to scream. Instead, he walked away back toward the chain-link fence that separated safety from the infected city beyond. He could climb it, could go over right now, but the guards would stop him. And even if they didn't, even if he got over the fence, then what? 5 miles through infected territory with a bad ankle and no vehicle? He'd die, and his wife would die, and it would all be pointless. But staying here, waiting, doing nothing, that was its own kind of death. He spent the day observing the safe zone's operations. The military had established supply routes using armored vehicles. Twice a day, they sent out teams to scavenge food and water from nearby stores. They brought back what they could, rationed it among the survivors. It wasn't enough. People were hungry. Arguments broke out over portions. In the afternoon, a commotion at the main gate. A group of survivors had arrived, maybe 20 people. They'd come from the university, they said, had been holding out in one of the academic buildings until the infected broke through. They'd lost half their number getting to the convention center. Among them, Odell recognized someone, one of the dealers from the Gilded Fortune, a younger guy who worked the craps tables. His name tag said Thomas. Odell approached him. "Thomas, you made it out of the casino?" Thomas looked at him, took a moment to recognize him. "Maintenance, right? Yeah, I made it. Barely. That place was a nightmare. How bad was it?" "Bad. After you left, it got worse. Infected everywhere. We tried to evacuate, but they'd blocked the exits, or maybe people blocked the exits trying to get out. I don't know. It was chaos. So many people dead. Anyone else make it out that you know of? I saw a few dealers get away. Don't know if they survived after that. The city's fucked, man. Everything's fucked." Odell's thoughts went to the people he'd worked with. Michael, Dolores, the housekeeping staff, all the dealers and pit bosses and cocktail waitresses he'd seen every night for years. How many of them were dead now? How many were infected? "They're saying this is happening everywhere," Thomas continued. "Not just Reno. The whole country. Maybe the whole world. The government's gone dark. Military's on their own." "What about UNR? The lab? That's where it started, right? That's what people say." "Something got out. Some kind of virus they were studying. It spread so fast. Bites, scratches, blood, any exposure and you're infected. And when you die, you come back. Come back hungry." Odell had seen it, lived it, but hearing it laid out so plainly made it real in a new way. This wasn't temporary, wasn't something that would be fixed in a few days or weeks. The world had fundamentally changed. That night, he lay on his assigned sleeping space, a patch of floor in the convention center's main hall. and stared at the ceiling. Around him, hundreds of other survivors did the same. Some prayed, some cried, some talked in quiet voices about what they'd lost, who they were looking for. Odell pulled out the radio, cycled through channels, found his wife on Channel 9 again. "It's been 2 days," she was saying, her voice breaking. "I don't know if you're getting these messages. I don't know if you're alive. The power's out. The water stopped this morning. I'm running out of food. There are infected in the neighborhood. I can hear them outside. I'm scared. Please, if you can hear this, please come home." He pressed transmit. "I'm here. I'm alive. I'm at the convention center. They won't let me leave, but I'm going to find a way. You need to stay hidden. Stay quiet. Don't go outside. I'll come for you. I promise." And as he said it, he knew it was true. He would find a way. He would get to her, even if it killed him. He just needed a plan. He spent the next day observing the scavenging runs. The military used 2 vehicles, a Humvee and a transport truck. They'd leave through the main gate, hit predetermined locations, load up supplies, and return. The whole operation took maybe 2 hours. If he could get on one of those runs, he could slip away, get a vehicle, drive to Sparks. But they weren't taking civilian volunteers, military personnel only. And even if they were, they'd notice if someone went missing. He needed a different approach, the fence, the perimeter. He studied it, looking for weaknesses. The chain link was 8 feet tall, topped with concertina wire. Guards stationed every 50 yards, searchlights at night. It was designed to keep infected out, but it also kept people in. There had to be a way. On the 3rd day, his opportunity came. A fire broke out in one of the convention center's storage areas. "Electrical fault," someone said. The fire spread quickly, filling the building with smoke. Everyone was evacuated to the parking lot while the military tried to contain the blaze. In the chaos, with guards focused on the fire and crowd control, Odell slipped away. He moved along the perimeter fence, away from the lights, into shadows. Found a section where the fence met a concrete barrier, used the barrier to boost himself up, grabbed the top of the fence, pulled himself over. The concertina wire tore his shirt, scraped his arms, but he made it. Dropped down on the other side, free. The city beyond the safe zone was dark. No power anywhere. The moon provided the only light, casting everything in silver and shadow. He moved quickly before anyone noticed he was gone, before the guards could come after him. He headed north, toward Sparks, toward home. The streets were worse than he remembered, bodies everywhere, in various states of decay. Cars crashed into buildings, fires still burning in places untended, consuming whatever fuel they found, and the infected, wandering in the darkness. He avoided them when he could, fought when he couldn't. His pipe became an extension of his arm, swinging, crushing skulls, moving on. His ankle was agony, but he pushed through, used buildings for cover, moved from shadow to shadow, scavenged as he went, found a backpack with supplies in an abandoned car, found a gun with no ammunition, found bottles of water that he drank greedily. 2 miles in, he found a motorcycle. A Harley, parked outside what had been a bar. The keys were still in it, the owner either dead or fled without taking it. Odell climbed on, started it. The engine roared, loud in the empty city. Infected came running, but he twisted the throttle and left them behind. The motorcycle made the journey manageable. He covered the remaining 3 miles in 20 minutes, weaving around obstacles, outrunning the infected that tried to chase. His ankle couldn't work the gear shift, so he stayed in third, high RPMs, loud enough to wake the dead, which is exactly what happened. The noise drew them from everywhere. They poured out of houses, from alleys, from God knows where. A horde following the sound. But Odell was faster. He reached his neighborhood, saw his street, saw his house. The chain-link fence still stood. The windows were intact. No signs of forced entry. He ditched the motorcycle in the driveway, limped to the front door, pounded on it. "It's me!" "Open up." Silence. Then movement inside, curtains moving. The door opened a crack, chain still attached. His wife's face appeared pale and terrified, then recognition, then shock. "Odell?" "Yeah, it's me. Open the door." She fumbled with the chain, got it loose, threw the door open. They fell into each other's arms. She was crying, and maybe he was too. They stumbled inside, and she locked the door behind them. "You came," she sobbed. "You actually came." "I promised, didn't I?" They held each other in the dark living room, the house silent around them. Outside, the infected were converging on the neighborhood, drawn by the motorcycle's noise. But for this moment, none of that mattered. His wife pulled back, looked at him. "You're hurt." "Just banged up. I'm okay. We need to leave. It's not safe here. The infected, they're everywhere. They've been getting closer every day." "I know. That's why I brought this." He gestured toward the motorcycle. "We're leaving on that, unless you've got a better idea." She almost laughed. "Where would we even go?" "The convention center. It's a safe zone. National Guard, supplies, other survivors. It's not perfect, but it's better than here." "How far is it?" 5 miles. Through hell, but we can make it." She looked at him, and he saw the fear in her eyes, but also trust. She believed in him, believed he could keep them alive. "Okay," she said. "Let's do it." They gathered supplies quickly, everything they could carry. Food, water, first aid supplies, blankets. His wife had been preparing, he realized. Had bags already packed, supplies staged. She'd been ready to leave, just waiting for him. "I need to tell you something," she said as they worked, "before we go." "What?" "I'm pregnant." He stopped moving, looked at her. "What?" "About 6 weeks. I found out right before everything happened. I was going to tell you, but then..." He pulled her close. "A baby. We're going to have a baby. I know it's the worst possible timing. No, it's perfect. It's something to fight for, something beyond just surviving." She cried again, and he held her. A baby. New life in a dying world. It was insane and beautiful and terrifying. They finished gathering supplies, loaded themselves down. His wife went to the bedroom, came back with something. His shotgun, the one he used for hunting. "You found ammunition?" he asked. 2 boxes, 50 shells. He checked the gun, loaded it. Now they had a real weapon. They opened the front door carefully. The street outside was filling with infected, drawn by the motorcycle's earlier noise. Maybe a dozen visible, more coming. "Stay close to me," Odell said. "We're going to move fast. Get to the bike, get out of here." She nodded. They stepped outside. The infected noticed immediately, turned toward them, started moving. Odell and his wife ran for the motorcycle. He got on, she climbed behind him. He started the engine. The infected were close now, reaching out. He twisted the throttle and the bike shot forward. They made it 10 feet before the front tire hit something, a body in the street he couldn't tell, and the bike went down. They fell, hit the asphalt hard. The bike landed on Odell's bad leg, pinning him. His wife was up first. She grabbed the shotgun, which had fallen when they crashed, aimed it at the nearest infected, fired. The blast was deafening. The infected's chest exploded. It went down. She racked another shell, fired again. Another infected dropped, but there were too many. They were surrounding them. Odell heaved against the motorcycle, got it off his leg. Agony shot through him. He couldn't stand, couldn't walk. The ankle had finally given out completely. "Run," he told his wife. "Get out of here. Not without you. You have to. For the baby. Go." She fired again. The shotgun's magazine was empty. She looked at the gun, at the infected closing in, at him. "I love you," she said. "I love you too. Now run." She ran. North toward the convention center, towards safety. The infected followed, but some stayed behind. focused on Odell. He tried to drag himself away, but his body wouldn't cooperate. The pain was too much. He'd pushed too hard, come too far. He had nothing left. The first infected reached him. An older man, suit torn and bloody, bent down, grabbed Odell's arm, bit into it. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. Odell screamed, tried to pull away, but others were on him now, biting, tearing. His blood was everywhere. He thought about his wife running north, thought about her making it to the safe zone, thought about his child who would be born into this nightmare world. Would they survive? Would humanity survive? He didn't know, would never know. The darkness closed in. The last thing he heard was his own heartbeat, slowing, failing, and then nothing. His wife made it 3 blocks before exhaustion and despair brought her to her knees. She sat against a building's wall, sobbing, knowing Odell was dead, knowing she was alone, knowing she had to keep going anyway for the child growing inside her. She pulled out the radio from the bag, turned it on, found Channel 9. "Odell," she said into the receiver, knowing he couldn't hear, needing to say it anyway. "I made it. I'm still going. I'm going to make it to the safe zone. I'm going to survive. For us. For our baby. I'll tell them about you. I'll make sure they know you were a hero, that you came back for me." She stood, wiped her eyes, and started walking again. North, always north. Toward the lights of the convention center in the distance, toward whatever future awaited. Behind her, the city continued to burn, the infected continued to hunt, the world continued to die. But she walked on, because that's what survivors do. They keep walking, even when there's nothing left to walk toward, even when all hope is gone. They walk because the alternative is to stop, and stopping means death. And she had life inside her, had a reason to keep going. So she walked. But back at the house, back on that dark street, Odell's body lay among the others. The infected had moved on, following easier prey. His blood stained the asphalt. His eyes stared at the stars. And in his pocket, his phone began to vibrate. A message coming through now that the cell towers had momentarily restored. A message from work, from the casino's automated system. "Your shift starts in 2 hours. Please confirm your attendance." The message went unanswered, would always go unanswered, because Odell wouldn't be coming to work, wouldn't be fixing toilets or repairing slot machines or climbing ladders to change ballasts. He was done. His shift was over, permanently. The city grew quiet as dawn approached. The infected found shelter from the coming sun. The fires burned themselves out, and in the silence, if you listened carefully, you could hear something. A distant sound, mechanical, repeating. The casino, the Gilded Fortune. Its emergency generators had kicked in sometime during the night, restoring power to essential systems, including the slot machines. And now, in the empty building, surrounded by bodies and blood and the infected wandering the floor, those machines played their songs. Bells and whistles and digital music. The sound of jackpots that would never be collected. Bets that would never pay out. The machines played on, indifferent to the apocalypse. Because that's what they were designed to do. Play until the power runs out or the building falls down. Play because that's their nature, their purpose. And in some twisted way, it was appropriate. The world had ended, but the casino, that manufactured paradise of perpetual twilight and easy money, kept spinning its wheels, kept promising wins that would never come, kept running its cycles because no one had told it to stop. The sound carried across the dead city, a constant soundtrack to civilization's collapse. And somewhere in that sound, if you believed in such things, was Odell's final moment. Not the pain or the fear, but something earlier. The muscle memory of walking the casino floor, the familiarity of checking equipment, the simple satisfaction of fixing things that were broken. He'd been good at his job, had taken pride in it, and in the end, That job had killed him, or the city had killed him, or the virus had killed him. Maybe it didn't matter which. The result was the same. His wife walked on. The baby grew. The world continued its slow collapse. And in the gilded Fortune casino, the slot machines played their endless song, bells chiming, lights flashing, celebrating wins that no one would ever claim. The building would stand for months more. The generators would run until the fuel ran out. And even after the power died, the casino would remain, a monument to the world that was. A reminder that humanity had built great things, foolish things, meaningless things, and in the end, none of it mattered. None of it could save them. But maybe that was okay. Maybe surviving wasn't about the buildings or the machines or the infrastructure. Maybe it was about the people who kept walking even when there was nowhere to go. The women carrying children they weren't sure they could protect. The men who died trying to keep promises they couldn't keep. Maybe survival was just putting one foot in front of the other until you couldn't anymore. And then, if you were lucky, someone else would pick up where you left off. Would carry on because that's what humans do. They carry on. Odell's wife reached the convention center as the sun came up. She was let through the perimeter after inspection, was given food and water and a place to sleep, was logged into the survivor database, name, age, skills, known relatives, all the details that would help coordinate whatever came next. She didn't mention Odell, couldn't bring herself to say his name, to confirm his death officially. As long as she didn't say it, as long as she held that information inside, he was still alive somewhere, still trying to find his way home, still keeping his promise. But of course he wasn't. She knew that. The blood on her clothes wasn't hers. The memory of him screaming as the infected pulled him down would be with her forever. He was gone. And yet. Late that night, unable to sleep, she pulled out the radio, turned it to channel 9, listened to the static, and just for a moment, just for a breath, she thought she heard something. His voice, faint and distorted, saying her name, saying I'm still here, saying I made it. But it was just her imagination, just her grief making patterns from noise, meaning from chaos. He was dead. She was alive. And between those two facts lay everything that mattered and nothing that could be changed. She turned off the radio, put it away. And in the darkness of the convention center, surrounded by other broken people, she allowed herself to grieve. Tomorrow she would be strong. Tomorrow she would plan for the future, for the child. Tomorrow she would begin the hard work of surviving in this new world. But tonight, she mourned for her husband, for their life together, for all the futures that would never be. And 5 miles away, in the casino where Odell had worked for 7 years, the slot machines played on, their digital displays cycling through numbers, their speakers broadcasting joy to empty rooms. And if you stood in just the right spot, if the wind was right and your ears were sharp, you could hear it across the ruined city, the sound of paradise, the sound of promises, the sound of dreams that cost $1 to chase and everything to lose. The biggest little city in the world, they'd called Reno. And maybe that was still true. Maybe in its death, in its silence, in its transformation from a place of bright lights and easy living to a place of shadows and survival, it had finally earned that title. Not biggest in size or population, but in the enormity of what it represented. The collapse of everything. The end of the world condensed into a few square miles of neon and blood. Odell had died there, had given his life trying to do the right thing, to keep his promise, to get home. He'd failed, but then everyone was failing now. The government, the military, the scientists, civilization itself. Failure was the universal condition. The difference was that Odell had tried, had fought, had walked through hell for the people he loved, and in a world where trying mattered more than succeeding, where the effort was all you had left when the outcome was predetermined, that meant something. It had to mean something. Because if it didn't, if his death was just random violence in an endless cascade of random violence, then what was the point of anything? His wife fell asleep eventually, exhausted beyond grief, beyond fear. And in her dreams, Odell was alive, was walking through the front door of their house, tired from his shift, smelling like cigarette smoke and industrial cleaner, was kissing her hello and asking what was for dinner, was normal in a normal world where the worst thing that could happen was a bad day at work or an unexpected bill. But dreams end. Morning comes. Reality reasserts itself. She woke to the sound of gunfire, the convention center under attack from a massive horde of infected, the perimeter being overrun, people screaming. She grabbed her supplies, pushed toward an exit. The crowd was surging, panicking. She got separated from the main group, ended up in a service corridor. Behind her, the infected were getting through. The military's defense was failing. She ran, found a door that led outside to a loading dock, climbed down, kept running, didn't look back, couldn't look back. The city swallowed her. One more survivor in a landscape of the dead, one more person trying to make it one more day. She would survive, she told herself, would find a way, would bring Odell's child into the world and teach them about their father, about how he'd fought, how he'd tried, how love had driven him to attempt the impossible. That was the story she would tell. That would be Odell's legacy. But the truth was simpler and harder. He died on a suburban street, torn apart by infected, his last act one of sacrifice that might have been unnecessary. His body never recovered. His death never confirmed officially. Just another casualty in an endless count of casualties. The casino where he'd worked would eventually fall. The generators would run dry. The slot machines would go silent. The building would be looted, burned, or simply abandoned to decay. Everything he'd maintained, all the small repairs and minor fixes he'd dedicated his career to, would come to nothing. That was the real truth. Not heroic, not meaningful. Just a man doing his job who got caught in a catastrophe he couldn't understand or escape, whose skills and knowledge and work ethic meant nothing when faced with something that couldn't be fixed or maintained or controlled. The virus didn't care about unions or shift schedules, didn't care about good people trying to do right by their families, didn't care about anything except spreading, consuming, destroying. And in the face of that indiscriminate destruction, all anyone could do was run, fight when cornered, die when overtaken. Odell had done all three: run from the casino, fought through the city, died on his street. The same story repeated across Reno, across America, across the world. Millions of Odells, each with their own wives or husbands or children or friends, each trying to survive, each failing in their own ways. The species would go on, maybe. Pockets of survivors in fortified locations. Children born into a world of constant danger. A new civilization built on the ruins of the old. Or maybe not. Maybe this was the end. The final chapter in humanity's story. Either way, Odell wouldn't see it. His story was over. Ended on a dark street while his wife ran for safety. Ended alone, in pain, terrified. But also ended knowing he'd tried, that he'd kept fighting, that he'd loved someone enough to die for them. Maybe that had to be enough. Maybe in the final accounting, when there was nothing left but memories and echoes, that small fact would matter. That he'd loved and been loved, that he'd tried. The slot machines in the casino played on for another 3 weeks before the fuel ran out. Their bells and whistles a soundtrack to emptiness. Their promises of jackpots and wins broadcasting to nobody. And then they too went silent, and the casino fell dark, and Reno disappeared into history. The world moved on, or tried to, struggled forward into an uncertain future. And somewhere in that future, if things went well, Odell's child would be born, would grow up in a world they didn't recognize, But that's true for every generation. The world changes. People adapt, or they don't. Odell didn't, couldn't. The change came too fast, too violent, too complete. But he'd tried, and in the end, in the accounting that mattered, that trying was everything, was all anyone could ask for, all anyone could hope to achieve. He'd lived, he'd loved, he'd worked, he'd fought, he'd died. And his story, like all stories, came to an end not with triumph or meaning, but with silence. The silence of a body on a street, the silence of a casino in the dark, the silence of a world winding down to its final breath. That's how it ended. Not with a bang or a whimper, but with the sound of slot machines chiming in empty rooms, with the echo of promises no one was left to believe, with the ghost of a man who'd tried to be good, tried to do right, and died for the effort. Rest in peace, Odell. You deserved better. We all did. But deserving doesn't matter when the world ends. Only surviving matters. And you didn't survive. None of us did.